Do you require a detective well versed in the occult? Need an in-the-know chap to aid you in chasing down each and every one of your frivolous thoughts? Do you want a key to the cage of paranoia? Is there a lot riding on whether your wife or husband has been cheating? They are. Have your competitors recently surpassed you? Are you a loser? Yes. You there, wallowing in a puddle built of your own boo-hoo bedtime tears. I'm talking to you. Are you a honking bad loser? A widow itty-bitty bad time loser? Fuck that loser shit. Let me introduce you to my guy, Lou Bass Knight. He's a dashing, just like honky bachelor, and is totally incapable of failure, I think, anyway. Whatever, man. That butterscotch boss may even be, I don't know, like some kind of alien, bro. He's like the vanilla gorilla, man. I'm being so goddamn for real, bro. This fucking guy, bro. He's the detective game Babe Ruth. He doesn't sit on benches. He doesn't do anything. He just wins. Pinch on, man. God. That guy will like melt your fucking tits off. Wait. Anyway, Lou, my man, he's like he's just on a different level. Like, he's an upstate, downstate beast of a guy who chases down all kinds of crazy ass cases. You feel me? Like, you gotta check him out, bro. He's got an exclusive swagger no one else is like. He's used to running in circles. Call 1-800-574-8637 for more information. Hello, and thank you for joining us in Mapping the Zone, a podcast dedicated to a highly fixated review of large, dense books, specifically of the works and context of Thomas Pynchon. My name is Kate, and I'm one of the co-hosts.
My name is Cody.
I'm Will.
And I'm Luke.
And today we are going to be discussing chapters 24 and 25 of Against the Day. Do you have a summary prepared for us, Luke?
Yes. So, chapter 24. Chasing daylight, Frank rides a train to Telluride, where he is greeted by the USA's first electric streetlight system and a local lunatic who yawps portentous warnings into the approaching night. Upon arriving in Telluride proper, he immediately realizes that he is in danger. Even so, during breakfast the following morning, Frank is embroiled in a conversation about a local gunslinger who is almost deaf and mighty touchy. He's under the impression that the man he needs to see is one Elmore Disco, a very busy man about town, apparently. The reader is informed of Elmore's backstory vis-a-vis his obsession with hats and lack of appreciation for practical jokes, though he now runs a general store. Frank goes looking for Elmore at said store, where he is greeted with the news that the store has been infested by Texans, but he gets to see Elmore anyway. Elmore verbally speculates about local real estate investment, then tells Frank that the man he really wants to see, Captain Wells, is even more busy than he is. Frank introduces Elmore to what seems to be his cover story, a metal amalgamation process involving magnets. Elmore doesn't think that Captain Wells will be too interested, but invites him to lunch at a popular local Mexican joint called Lupita's anyhow. Next, we are introduced to a local legend, La Blanca. a woman who seems to almost incessantly ride a mythical white horse around the area, wife of one Hair Trigger Bob, the nearly deaf gunslinger from earlier, though the couple are rarely, if ever, seen together. Elmore and Lupita are well acquainted, so they talk and behave with one another as usual, and Frank is treated to the secret to Lupita's cooking, invisible spicy peppers. That night, Frank returns to his hotel room and, 5 minutes into sleeping, is interrupted by the gunslinger himself, who accuses Frank of sleeping with his wife, only to realize that Frank is the new in town engineer everyone is talking about. Hair Trigger Bob proves to be much more chill than his reputation might make him seem, and the two have a chat before absconding to a nearby bar. At that bar, Frank is introduced to Merle Rideout, and the two have a conversation about Frank's magnetic amalgamation process. They have just agreed to meet up at the mine the next day when a group of Japanese tourists arrive and immediately unsheath their cameras. The gunslinger tries to get Merle, who speaks some Japanese, to warn away the group of tourists, but they begin snapping a rolling avalanche of pictures, causing their cameras, flashes, and the resultant smoke to transport the room's remaining inhabitants to otherworldly realms. The Japanese depart, and their motivations for being in the mountains of Colorado are discussed. Frank departs for the Cosmopolitan and asks around about Hair Trigger Bob, who apparently has been storming around talking about moving to rural Wyoming. Bob is one last time compared unfavorably to Butch Cassidy as the chapter ends. Then chapter 25. The following morning, Frank goes to rent a horse. As he is heading up to meet Merle, he comes across Elmore, who warns him about how dangerous Hair Trigger Bob is. Frank realizes all over again that the area is haunted, then has a short conversation about where to find Merle, although he comes across Dally first. We fast forward a bit to a conversation between Merle, Frank, and Dally, during which the father and daughter tease each other before Dally heads out. Merle reveals to Frank that he knows who he is and why he is in town, having known Webb before he died. Hell, Merle even has a picture of Webb to show Frank, as well as photos of Deuce and Sloat. Dally shows back up to warn Frank that he needs to leave, as Bob is nearby and apparently looking for him. So the two of them leave Merle behind and, after a short encounter with Tommyknockers, make their way back to Telluride, where they immediately hit the bars, given it's a Saturday night. Dally forces Frank to dance, then leaves again, only to show back up and reveal that she has found Frank a hiding place, a brothel called the Silver Orchid. The hiding spot proves to be smaller than a closet, but Frank makes do. Merle wakes him up around midnight so he can show Frank a piece of Iceland spar and some argentarium, a gold and silver mixture created by newfangled alchemical techniques. They discuss the implications of the technique, and Merle points out some flaws in Frank's current mode of living. Then Merle says that the man Frank needs to see is Doc Turnstone, who Merle once convinced to join him in intentionally searching for and eventually finding a horde of Tommyknockers. Frank goes to the hospital and finds the good doctor. Turnstone, whose first name is Willis, reveals that he used to be one of Lake's admirers. The two set out to drown their sorrows in alcohol, and the reader is introduced to Turnstone's backstory. He graduated from medical school and headed west. Once he was deep into the Colorado mountains, he was ambushed by Jimmy Drop's gang. Willis and Jimmy Drop almost duel, but are stopped when Jimmy fucks up his back while turning around. Willis charitably fixes Jimmy's injury, and a friendship is formed between the two. This friendship changed the course of Willis's life and led to him settling down in Telluride. Next, we get more backstory about Lake and Willis's romance. They met at the local hospital, and Willis was smitten from the get-go. Lake clearly did not feel the same depth of emotion as him, however, and after she ran off with Deuce, Jimmy had offered his services in tracking down the couple and shooting them, an offer which Willis declined. Frank finally finds out about Lake and Deuce's marriage and is understandably quite upset. He goes off to find Jimmy Drop and discovers him playing cards in a saloon. Jimmy recognizes Frank, as him and Kit grew up together, and he shares with Frank the one story he remembers about Webb. Lake had been ice skating with a boy whose father was a mining company manager, and Webb had thrown an insane, unholy fit. Frank meets with Elmore Disco, who introduces him to his newest cover story, being a part of a mariachi band. Frank protests that he has no musical training, but this does not stop him from successfully joining the band. He learns the bassoon through trial and error. Right before he leaves town, he goes and has a short conversation with Webb's ghost at the local graveyard. Webb and Frank seem to agree that Juice and Slow are likely headed in a southerly direction. Webb's ghost gives Frank an auditory hallucination, the noise of dynamite explosions. The visions continue for Frank until he joins Merle in seeing Dally off at the train station. Despite some protestations from strangers about how she is too young to be traveling alone, she is heading east to try and find her mother. Frank tells her that she should look up his younger brother Kit once she reaches the East Coast.
So, what did we think of these 2 chapters of our book?
These kind of chapters are what kind of remind me of why I really love Penchon as a writer. I know we say that like every episode of the show,
Mhm.
but it's genuinely like it's parts like this where the writing is so just immersive and there's not necessarily as much density going on. There's not as much in the way of historical references or strange sort of esoteric interests that are kind of being highlighted. It's just good storytelling. And this is especially with westerns, which is a genre that most people don't really ever consider, or not ever, but don't typically consider to be a genre in which prose is important, or that, valid stories with really deep characters can be told. But this is an example of how you can do that. And for anyone who's read Oakley Hall's Warlock, you can really, this is arguably the book of Penchon's where his love of that book in particular shines the most. And it's because of chapters like these. That um, sort of passion for that genre, but done in his own style and voice, really makes for compelling reading. And there were times where I would just get so lost in just reading and enjoying the story that I'd have to stop myself and go back and remind myself that I need to be taking notes and highlighting things so that we can talk about them. But I was just so caught up in everything going on. It just became so much of a pleasure to just keep reading it. So I think, especially in light of the last 2 episodes, or the last 2 chapters, and the really kind of bleak and dark subject that those were covering, which y'all did a great job discussing in the last episode. I really like these kind of sections where it's a little bit lighter, it's a little bit less high stakes, it's more character development, more backstory, more understanding of who's in this world and what they're doing in it, how they're shaping it, how it's affecting them. So I personally really enjoyed these chapters.
I see you did not do much time reading about the Finnish Civil War, because that shit is bleak as fuck.
Yes, and I read over that section. I was like, you know what? I think Kate's gonna get this, so I will just sit back and enjoy the story.
And that I love these 2 chapters a lot for basically all of the reasons you had just mentioned. But and my partner can attest to this because she came home right as soon as I yelled this out loud. But I literally went, "Why am I learning about the Finnish Civil War? This won't happen for another 14 years or so."
Yeah.
From when the actual sequence of events is taking place in the book. So aside from that, yeah, it's quite a nice set of chapters. um, and yeah, it's good character development. I think, and obviously we'll talk about it as we get into the stuff proper, but I think that Dally, at least in this section, is becoming a favorite character of mine. But it is interesting to see a character that we were introduced to on like page 9 or something, um, wrap back around and to be a much older individual and to be kind of put onto a path that I would not have expected, certainly. But that has made her character quite a compelling figure and quite an interesting sort of development of that scene from all of those pages ago and all those episodes ago where I'd mentioned, witnessing kind of the loss of her own innocence was something very visceral.
Yeah.
So seeing her come back around was a real pleasure in particular. But yeah, I think that these two chapters are great, and it's another illustration of the principle that we've mentioned a couple different times, where Pynchon will throw you a real heavy gut punch or a real right hook with something, either it be the density of research requirements or density of emotion, or just sort of plain unpleasantness, and then kind of rewards you for getting through that on the back end.
I feel very similarly about these chapters as Cody does. They're really, to me, much more of a traditional novel fodder than Pynchon's big books tend to consist of. But I really do love the just the I guess the maneuvering of the story being delivered to the reader, because it's things are introduced backwards in some cases, like for instance, what's his name, the doctor, Willis.
Yeah.
He it's one of those things where sure you can treat it as just like a one-off joke in the previous chapter when Lake breaks up with him, but then to have like him show up and be this kind of multi-dimensional character is utterly unnecessary but very pleasing, at least if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just that kind of things being introduced backwards, the kind of intense like sentence density, even if the actual content of those sentences isn't like deeply I don't know how to phrase it, but interpretable in various ways. It's still nice to have those long sentences where sure you can read into them if you want, but they really do make most sense as just like stream of consciousness from this character engaging in the world. And as much as I love the experimentation and the theory and all of that Pynchon engages in, it is nice to just have him be masterfully in charge of telling a story.
100% agree.
It does genuinely. I like the way that you put that, because I have at times genuinely thought, like, what would it be like if he just wrote normal literary fiction? He would still probably be an absolute master, obviously, just from the perspective of his evident genius of understanding the English language and the form and craft of novel writing. But I am genuinely curious what that would have looked like. How would those books have read? How would they have been sort of interpreted and understood by the general public? Because you are right. He is on, if nothing else, he is a masterful storyteller, and these chapters are some of the ones that illustrate that very well.
There's a lot to like about these two chapters. Like y'all have already kind of been over, the prose is really good. The writing is really good. I like all the small details about the Coloradoans hating Texans. It's very true to life. I wouldn't say that all people in Colorado hate Texans, but it is kind of a thing to complain about Texas drivers and complain about how many Texan tourists come up to Colorado.
Yep.
I've lived in both Colorado and Texas. I had Texas plates whenever I was living in Colorado. And I would have to apologize to people whenever I would get stuck in a snowbank or something when I was driving, because it was like a Prius, so it would get stuck every once in a while. And I'd have to be like, I live down the road. I actually live in Colorado, but I have Texas plates. Stuff like that. I love those details. I do kind of wonder where Pynchon picked up on that. To where Texans don't always know that people in Colorado feel like that, but people in Colorado generally are aware that other Coloradoans are not big fans of Texans. Anyways, I like I said, I like these chapters. I wouldn't say I love them. They're a little bit like and then. There's kind of a lack of cause and effect in some ways, where I don't really know why Bob is so mad at or looking for Frank, or I'm unsure if that's ever even revealed, because I don't remember all the granular details of this story. I'm kind of in some ways somewhat like a first read, considering it's probably 12 years since my first read. But like Frank keeps on. So Frank is always like, I need to go see this person, and that person. So you need to go see this other person, and then you need to see this other person. You need to see this other person. Where it's a little bit, I don't know, it's a little not formulaic at all, but just it's a little repetitive, I guess. Where people are constantly being like, "Oh, I'm not the one you want to talk to. It's this other guy. It's this other guy. It's this other guy." Yeah. I mean, with that being said, we get reintroduced to an older Dally. Dally's a really, really fun character. I do like the part where he joins the mariachi band. I do kind of struggle with like why it's in there because it doesn't really seem to serve much of a purpose. That being said, it is like really funny and a cool little detour. It's just I struggle with like how it serves the larger plot or why it's included. And to go back to the whole like him having conversations about going and meeting other people, I do feel like at least one or two of those interactions could have been, like smashed together or something. I don't know. I mean, these chapters are just really fun though, and they are a nice break and just fun.
I do have to kind of piggyback on your Texas and Colorado thing. In all fairness, as someone who lived in Texas for 40 years,
Careful
Texans
now.
don't realize that anybody hates them in their minds. They're like the center of the
This is
universe,
true. This
and
is true.
everybody loves them. And if you don't like Texas, there's something wrong with you. So, yeah, it makes complete sense that they don't understand when like Coloradans hate them.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, there's like 4 of those jokes in these 2 chapters. I think at least
Mhm.
4.
All right. So starting off with chapter 24, we return once again to Telluride, and Frank is making his way into the city that has become one of the first to be electrically lit. As you can find if you look up on the Thomas Pynchon wiki for these chapters, Telluride was not the first city to have that done to. Of all places, it was actually a city in Indiana. I don't know why we would give them that achievement in history, but they have it. But in and of itself, it would appear as though the electric lighting in Telluride is something to do with the general state of the city itself. It's referred to by someone as Helluride, not just in the beginning of this chapter, but also Dally will refer to it that way later, and it's a term that will come up. And it seems as though things have kind of gone a bit insane. And it wouldn't be a Pynchon podcast if we didn't have a question to ask on the first page of the chapter. So what I had wanted to ask you guys would be whether or not you think that this is a continuing development of some of the same themes that have been present in the book. Namely, the idea that electricity or modern invention comes into a place and it immediately accelerates it towards the future, yes, but also does accelerate the depravity or the otherwise negative nature of humanity. This has come up numerous times in this book, but also in a lot of Pynchon's oeuvre in general. And it seems to be particularly important because if you are following along with the history of Telluride and the history of mining unions and all of the stuff that we talked about largely in last episode, you'll remember that this is happening at a time in which the mining union was more or less defeated. Like, there are still union-carrying members in the city, and there are still WFM chapters all over Colorado that are operating properly. But if you remember from that history, a combination of sort of civilians who had been unlawfully deputized, the National Guard showing up but not doing anything, and the overwhelming amount of money and authority that the mining union was fighting against kind of led to this defeat where it's scabs that are working in the mines. If it ends up being proven that you are a card-carrying union member, you're deported out of the city. And at this point, sort of the mine owners are kind of running the town. So it seems important to me that Pynchon is choosing to put these two things together as a further development. But I wanted to ask you guys how you interpret and what you think the meaning is of this opening chapter where Frank shows up and things don't seem to be doing very good, and there's vagrants yelling and sort of acting almost as a as a prophet of doom sort of sandwich board carrying person as someone enters into the city.
I think it absolutely is. It's working in that idea of not just the danger of technology, but the duality of that. That's the crux of this entire book, really. That, as you mentioned, you have this acceleration towards the future once we have harnessed the power of electricity, but in doing so, we're also accelerating toward our own demise. If you kind of look at it through this lens of, I mean, if you want to even take it to like a spiritual level, regardless of your religious inklings, was man ever really meant to harness that kind of power? Because once we did, that was the sort of point at which we couldn't come back from that. There was so much advancement that happened in such a short time, and the connectivity that it offered is a huge double-edged sword. Yes, we can communicate with people all over the world now, but at the same time, we can communicate with people all over the world, and that's not always a good thing. It's and it has allowed us to, right from the start, as you can see in Telluride, it allows for the furthering of our sort of worst tendencies more than almost anything else. The possibilities of doing good are vastly outweighed by the obviousness of doing bad with that power. We could use that, like Tesla was trying to give free electricity to the entire world. A far-fetched, idea, but in theory, maybe he could have worked something out. Someone could have worked something out. But in the grand scheme of things, that becomes a money issue, and the people in power who want the money are going to take that. And so once we have harnessed this power of electricity, we start immediately just, how can we utilize this to benefit the few people who can really take advantage of this situation as quickly as possible? And that's exactly what we see happen. And I love the description at the beginning of the chapter when he's riding into town and it says, "It was the wrong color for a fire. Daybreak was out of the question, though the end of the world remained a possibility." That, I think, sums up exactly how that would be perceived, and that sort of ominous feeling that you would get from, seeing this new power and understanding the potential impact of it, but at the same time knowing that potential impact is probably going to tend towards the bad.
I'm going to push back a little bit, I suppose. Mostly because I think that I mean, what's going on in this scene and in the chapter is, very much symbolic of electricity being, a sort of fuel for, I don't know if depravity is the right word, but definitely decadence in like the traditional sense.
Yeah.
But I get the sense, and this is, just working off of kind of the anti-dualism in the morality of this book so far. That sure, on the level of people on the street going about their lives, yes, the electricity brought into town and the unnatural light has thrown everything for a loop. And in the context of a mining town, that means miners are going to be working more hours, and that means the brothels are going to be open longer, and there's going to be more people working in the saloons and the brothels, and there's going to be more perfidy all throughout the town. And sure, yeah, like in a micro scale, that is more evil than it is good. But it is also just more. It is an intensification of what was already there. And so, yeah, it is the electricity fueling it to a certain extent, yes. But I think there's a pretty solid interpretation of it, not necessarily as spiritual or symbolic, however you want to frame it. Not necessarily that, like, oh, because we're doing this unholy thing of illuminating cities during nighttime, we are falling into whatever you want to say we're falling into. But I think that it's more of an operation on the large scale that it is a fuel, and I think that is something that Pynchon, I don't know, he's throughout this book so far, he's done a lot to kind of negotiate the idea that the micro scale, Webb Traverse being a dedicated Union man, does not mean that he's going to put real effective work into making the Union more powerful, whether or not he is doing his best. And just because someone is a bad person, like Deuce Kindred, doesn't mean that he can't manifest true love for someone who he really probably in like a grand scheme shouldn't love. And it's kind of that disjunction that I think is misleading. And I don't think it's necessarily in the text here, but I do think it is something that we should be aware of whenever it's framed so straightforwardly in Pynchon's work.
That's a good point. I think
Yeah.
you've kind of nailed the sort of in reality versus in spiritism or in spirituality of it. Because you're right. That would mean that people are working longer, which would mean that the brothels and bars are open longer and so on and so forth.
I do think there's two like phrases in this first page that I think, as it relates to your question, Kate, that are really important. And those two are, though the end of the world remain a possibility, as it relates to like the lights in their stores. And also ain't too late to turn back, which is what the last thing the lunatic says as the train goes by him. I recently read Point Counterpoint by Aldous Huxley for a book club, and that came out in 1928. It's a lot about intellectuals in the 20s and how they talk, and them scoring like intellectual and conversational points with one another and stuff. I didn't love the book, but there were some relevant parts where some characters went on some diatribes about the advance of technology and how it's just going to lead to our destruction. How it can only lead to our destruction. There is no good outcome, and it's just we're just kind of accelerating towards the apocalypse over and over. And Pynchon, I did read some literary scholarship that points out that Pynchon in this novel, throughout it, he kind of goes, he like parodies and pays homage to different genres that were popular during the time period of when the book is set. I'm struggling with like any specific stuff to kind of give the listener, but the literary scholar made a very good point. Was very convincing that Pynchon kind of follows what's popular and like what books are popular as he moves through the timeline of the book. And I'm not an expert on the early 1900s, but I do think that just from Point Counterpoint, which is set a little bit later, I do think that there probably was a good amount of hand wringing in the press and with the general public about the advance of technology and its implications and its consequences. Maybe even more so than today, when people kind of doing all this hand wringing about social media and its effect on the youth and attention spans and all this stuff. I mean, it's interesting, but it's kind of gotten to the point where it's a bit cliche, and I don't feel like, or just a bit worn out, maybe, where like we keep on doing all this hand wringing but nobody's doing anything to stop the advance of technology or anything. And you can get into all different stuff with that, but like back then, I would argue perhaps that it's too late to turn back now in 2025. But in 1904, 1905, I don't think it would have been too late to turn back. And I do think, I mean, that line from the lunatic can be taken, literally, but I do think it's there for a different reason, to kind of point out to the reader that all these technological advancements that are depicted in this book, they're not, they haven't like laid all this like fiber wire and like, done all this stuff to where like there hasn't been all this investment into infrastructure yet. So I really like that question. I do think it's there in the text. Both in terms of, and I think it's interesting that it's that this kind of stuff would have been discussed around when the book came out. But it's basically, these kind of intellectual questions have plagued people who actually, think, and people who are more intellectual or think about the state of the world. These questions have plagued them since, time immemorial. But I think with the acceleration of technological advance in the late 1800s, early 1900s, into the 20th and 21st centuries, I do think that that type of hand wringing and that type of thought have kind of grown in importance and stuff.
I do think that is a good point, Luke. That there is a very different, for lack of a better term, a very different vibe when things are beginning to change versus when it's reached a point where you kind of can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. And I definitely think that this section of the chapter, I say section as if it's not literally the first fucking page, but this this opening encompasses kind of all three of those ideas in a very meaningful way, and in one that works on both just a sort of rhetorical table setting sort of novelistic way, but then also on a spiritual way. You can kind of sit and analyze it in the way that we've done with all these three different takes being put back and forth, or it also just works as a thematic convention to let you know that this place isn't quite normal, and it can be read on both of those levels. Once he gets into town, he sets about his mission, for more or less an accurate term, of finding Captain Wells, who, if you're a person who's doing a close reading or you're listening carefully to each of our episodes, you'll know that is a reference to Oakley Wells, who is, as a brief reminder, a mine owner and a generally recognized horrible person who was largely responsible for putting down the mining union in Telluride, but then also had some pretty crazy philosophical takes on laborers versus sort of the ownership class. He believed that there was a genuine sort of genetic, if not sort of meaningful difference in worth between himself and the people that he employed. Unlike many people at the time who, if you would ask them straight up, they probably just thought, well, it's just some people are lucky and they end up owning companies, and the people who don't end up working there. No, he genuinely believed the people who worked for him were worse than he was, that he was a better human being than they were. And so, as he gets into town, he figures out that the correct way to get in touch with Captain Wells is actually through an associate that he has brought in to. This is going to be a bold statement in reference to this person, but in order to keep law and order in place. And by law and order, it mainly just means to keep the people working in the mines in place, because he has a hair trigger. And this individual is known as Bob Meldrum. This is a real historical character, but I don't want to get to his detail yet without mentioning the fact that Pynchon does bring up the fact that people are ran out of town for vagrancy. We have talked about that in a couple episodes now. That was the kind of charge that was filed against miners who were trying to picket or fight back against the scabbing workers. They were charged with vagrancy, and the definition of vagrancy at this time in Telluride just meant you didn't have a job, is all that meant. And in most cases, that would end up meaning that you were a WFM card-carrying member who wasn't on the job because they had walked off and started striking. So, with that, we can move on to Hair Trigger Bob. This is an interesting historical figure because, unlike most of the ones that Pynchon writes about, there is no Wikipedia page for Bob Meldrum, and I really don't know why, because there is enough sources on him that you can go to. There's a portion of the Telluride museum that has stuff from him all over it. There is a lot of material about him out there that you can read about. But in essence, Meldrum was a famous saddle maker later in his life, and prior to that, sort of a outlaw, sheriff's deputy, quick draw. He was a number of different things. To call him a law enforcement officer, it would be pretty laughable, because he really, despite holding those positions, kind of just did what he wanted, and it seemed as though he used his position of authority to shoot people legally more often than not, which I suppose is not all that different from modern law enforcement officers. But he was made a deputy sheriff in Wyoming in 1899, and then He worked there, shot a couple of people in Wyoming, and then eventually became the head mine guard for the Little Tomboy mine in Telluride in 1902. And then in 1904, he was elevated to a higher position, and then he also became a deputy sheriff in the county. So he is a good example of someone who is literally on the payroll of the Mine Owners Association, who is also acting in a, at least on paper anyway, an official capacity of law enforcement within the actual county that Telluride resides in. In 1904, he killed a drunken, unarmed miner named Olaf Thistle during an altercation outside of the mine. In 1907, he killed a miner named David Lambert rather than arrest him for the crime of shouting at somebody. So when this book is depicting him as someone who is on the edge of taking his gun out or shooting people, that's very accurate. Apparently, this guy, David Lambert, was just shouting at a mine guard. They were trying to calm him down. He kept doing it. And so when Bob Meldrum showed up, he just thought, well, I know how to quiet him. I'll just shoot him in the head. And so he did that. There is actually a quote that you can find all over the internet in references to him from a tomboy mine worker who said, "We knew that Bob Meldrum had 5 cartridges in his revolver. That meant that he could get 5 of us before we could get him. Nobody wanted to be among the 5. And the thing that is very impressive to me about that quote in particular is that guns at this time were not very accurate. They were certainly more accurate than they were during the Civil War 40 years ago, but had not gotten to the point of accuracy that we have now, or even just a few years later, where if you were aiming and had a relatively steady hand, you'd probably hit whatever you were aiming at. So the idea that he had a reputation that if he pointed his gun at you, you were going to get hit was a big enough deal on its own. But that quote is also kind of terrifying because of the fact that it does belie that he probably shot and killed more people than is recorded historically. Because by the time that he was sort of run in and kind of ran out of luck in finding alternative ways to explain the shootings that he was involved in, the number was only like 7 or something like that. It was single digits. But if you have such a reputation amongst the people that you are in theory in charge of, as far as keeping the peace of, that you can kill all 5 of them, you've probably shot more than single digit individuals. And by 1912, a lot of the stuff with the Telluride, you sort of mining union dispute and things within the Colorado labor wars on its own started to settle out. He went back to Wyoming and took up another position as a sheriff's deputy. And this is where his luck sort of ran out. So in 1912, a man by the name of Chick Bowen was out, quote, hollering in the street. And someone asked Bob Meldrum to go get him to calm down or to stop speaking because he was a sheriff's deputy. And Bob Meldrum went out, confronted Chick in the street, had a conversation with him that nobody really knows, what was said, and was able to calm him down on the promise of, like, I'm not going to run you in and arrest you. I'm not going to shoot you, but I am going to help you, get home. And once Chick Bowen bent over at the waist to pick up his hat, Bob Meldrum just shot him in the street. And this was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, where he had ran out of excuses. He had ran out of he had run out of social capital, essentially. And time had gotten to a point where the Old West was really firmly in its coffin, or at least being put into it, to where the idea that a sheriff's deputy could just shoot somebody for no reason was really a thing of the past. And so he was brought in. He was tried 3 times due to a number of appeals, and then was finally sentenced to 5 to 7 years in prison in the Wyoming State Penitentiary, of which he only served 18 months. Upon release, he could not find work as a guard. He could not find work as a sheriff's deputy. He had completely sort of run out of his ability to do those jobs. So he opened up a saddle shop. and was actually like a pretty successful leather worker. His leather work was prized. It was considered of very, very high quality. There are multiple pieces in museums from his saddle shop. And then out of nowhere, no one knows who, and Lord knows there's plenty of people who would have motivation to do so. Someone burned down his store, and it was burned down in 1926. Afterwards, Bob left town, and then he just disappeared, and he was never heard from again. And then he was assumed dead in absentia a few years later. He had been deputized in Telluride by the sheriff, who is also mentioned in these early pages of the book, named Cal Rutan, who was just in the pocket of mine owners. The mine owners had even given Cal Rutan a solid gold sheriff's badge, and Meldrum stated upon his appointment to sort of his job as head guard that it was his goal to rid Telluride of all Union men. And in May of 1904, when he was elevated to sheriff's deputy in addition to his other role, the Mine Owners Association actually gifted him a Colt quick draw model single action .45 revolver that had pearl grips with a Freedom Eagle inlay, and his name was engraved on the butt of the gun, where he had a reputation of beating men. If he didn't shoot you, it was pretty likely that he was going to beat you with the butt of his gun. So that's where they engraved his name on the bottom of it in gold, taken from the little tomboy mine. And then there was a message on the gun in its case that said, "From the Little Tomboy Gold Mine, Telluride, Colorado." So the owners made it appear as though he had been given a gift by the association of the people that he was shooting and beating regularly. And then, just as like a final fun little twist on this, that gun itself, I don't know how they found it without his body, but it went to auction a number of years ago and was bought by one of the Koch brothers for $250,000. Which I think just puts a really nice kind of arc on the existence of that gun as a whole. You can read a lot about his character in this kind of story of Telluride at the time, as well as a lot of the other stuff that is going to get mentioned in these two chapters from a particular source. A lot of the stuff that I found for him and for just this period comes from a book called The Corpse on Boomerang Road, Telluride's Labor War, 1899 to 1908 by Mary Joy Martin. So just a really random, interesting historical figure that Pynchon is alluding to here, but also is certainly kind of the apotheosis of cruelty and evil that the Mine Owners Association is putting on its workers at the time. From what I can tell, though, he was clean-shaven. He did not have a comically sized mustache that made it hard for him to fit in doorways.
He didn't look like Yosemite Sam?
No, unfortunately
dreams.
not.
So I was able to find some photos of him when he was younger, and he did have a mustache. Yeah, it was not a huge, like, it was a big mustache by normal standards, but it wasn't like anything comical. It wasn't a Sam Elliott or anything.
That's really interesting, though. I didn't know all that about him. And it's that lack of a Wikipedia, which is kind of my starting point for the rabbit holes I go down with these things. Him and Stephen Emmons. Emmons didn't have anything on Wikipedia either. And I just didn't have the time to start trying to deep dive him anywhere else. But that's a wild story about that man and his magic little golden gun.
You know, given how much Pynchon talks about terror management stuff in his more modern books, set in post-war, it's interesting that there doesn't seem to be anything that actually ties together Bob Meldrum to those themes directly. At least you kind of have to work your way there if you're going to make a connection. And I'm not sure there is one other than him being a dangerous gunman, but it makes me feel like there should be.
Yeah.
So after being introduced to Bob Meldrum, we learn that he's actually got to talk to somebody else before he talks to Bob. And it is revealed that this is a man by the name of Elmore Disco. And I think this is maybe one of my favorite character introductions that has been in this book so far. I've mentioned a couple different times just over the course of recording this whole show that Pynchon is like a master of introducing a character in a paragraph. And he
Mhm.
does it a lot in this book, but he rarely gives characters that are kind of one-offs in chapters more than a paragraph, but when he does, it's always real great. So I just want to read some of this because I just find it so funny. Some believed Elmore Disco was Mexican. Some said he'd come from even farther away, Finland or someplace like that. Not overall what you'd call a natty dresser. He concealed his few dudish impulses on headgear, tending to fancy black beavers with snakeskin bands and a pencil roll to the brim, that you had to send for Denver for and then wait for a few months. The only people he was ever documented to have shot at were those who, either by word or deed, disrespected one of his hats. And some of that behavior had certainly been provoking enough. Once at Sea Hall & Co. up in Leadville, in the days when it was still Leadville, while Elmore was out taking a short piss break from a hitherto friendly game of Seven-Toed Pete, a frolicsome shift boss had thought to fill his Stetson, trustingly left unattended, with jellied turtle consomme. Never a favorite of Elmore's to begin with. "Well, say," he declared upon his return, "here's an awkward situation." The miner must have sensed something ominous in this, for he began to creep towards the exit. Next thing anybody knew, both parties were out the door, and the Chestnut Street had grown lively with detonation. The prankster escaped into open country at full express velocity, despite a flesh wound in the caboose and a couple of holes through the crown of his hat, which seemed to have been a particular target of Elmore's wrath. And then it proceeds to describe his general store, which I won't read the whole paragraph, but I will read the list of the products that they sell. Or if someone else wants to read out the list of the products that they sell on 284, that'd be great.
I've got it right here, and I actually want to talk about one of them. So,
Yeah.
we have bowlers and deerstalkers, mantillas, lorgnettes, walking sticks, ear trumpets, spats, driving coats, watch chain ornaments, chemisets and combinations, Japanese parasols, electrical bathtubs, patent devices for thunderstorm-proof mayonnaise, cherry pitting machines, drill bits, and carbide lamps, ladies' bandoliers rigged out expressly for 22 caliber rounds, not to mention bolts of jaconet, pompadour sateen, tartelean, dimity, grenadine, crepe lisse, plain, striped, or in oriental prints direct from Liberties of London. So, thunderstorm-proof mayonnaise, there's actually some science to this. It is generally considered to be a sort of old wives' tale or a folk tale. However, the increase in humidity when a thunderstorm is rolling in can actually impact the emulsification process when someone is trying to make mayonnaise. So, presuming you are making mayonnaise outside or in an area that is exposed to the elements pretty well, there is a possibility that it is somewhat more difficult to make that mayonnaise by hand. So,
To the point where it was actually even mentioned by Julia Child in a cookbook.
yes.
Yeah, he's just a really funny character to be introduced to. And even though he is very obviously of a class of people in this city at this time that is not doing the Lord's work, so to speak, he's just a classic case of one of these Pynchonian characters, be they villains or not, that are just that only he can come up with, and that just kind of occupy this interesting space in the course of just one or two chapters. It's possible he comes back. I don't actually know, but I'm assuming he doesn't. And the other thing that I wanted to make sure to call attention to in reading out that section is not just the kind of hilarity and interest of the way that it introduces the character, but that it is emblematic of the prose through these two chapters, largely where it feels like there's just a guy in a saloon telling you a story.
Yeah.
That is just the kind of vibe that both of these chapters give in terms of how the actual prose is relayed. And it reminded me a lot of the movie and book, The Assassination of Jesse James by the Coward Robert Ford, where that is largely just delivered in the style of someone telling a story, or there are these long sections where it feels like someone just kind of telling you a tale. And I think I first kind of took notice of it here, and then it's repeated a lot over the course of these two chapters in a really, really just wonderful way. From there, Elmore points him back in the direction of Bob Meldrum, and where it's possible that he he could be found. They have a brief meeting, though, before that in his office. Do we have any thoughts on the initial meeting between the two of them?
Before we get into that, I wanted to
Yeah.
ask if anyone had any strong thoughts on the meaning of Elmore Disco's name.
I did not.
So the Pynchon Wiki, covers, I think, pretty much the obvious interpretation. Roughly, Elmore Leonard was a rough contemporary of Pynchon, if you're really going to be stretching the definition of that. But then what they get into is that Elmore Disco sounds exactly like an American saying El Mordisco, which is Spanish that means the bite. And usually I find these kinds of things a little bit of a stretch, but I honestly can't imagine why you would give someone the name Elmore Disco unless you were trying to make a pun. Because, Elmore and Disco are not common names, certainly not in the same regions of the world. And the bite is kind of a loose, symbolic meaning here, and the Pynchon Wiki leaves it at he gets a bite of the people who need favors from him, and I think that's true. But also, this is it's kind of implied, by saying that it's the thriving, it says it's the thrivingest enterprise between Grand Junction and the Sangre de Cristos, which means that this guy is running basically the first supermarket. And so his purpose in this town, aside from being the way people get in touch with Bob Meldrum safely, he is giving them a bite of what is to come.
Which would certainly make additional sense in context of the fact that during his meeting with Frank, he more or less outlays the future of tourist towns or ski towns in Colorado. Where he says, you see those miners' shacks over there, too narrow for any but the undernourished to stand, let alone turn around, and well, someday each of these are going to be going for $1 million apiece. US, maybe 2 and up. Laugh if you like, everybody else does. Some more Telluride jocularity, blame it on the altitude, but just you wait, you heard it here first. So he's certainly a visionary in at least a couple of different ways. So that does make a lot of sense to me.
And I think a lot of our American listeners will already know this, but maybe our international listeners don't know that, like real estate in Colorado, especially in the last 20 to 30 years, I think is like gone insane in terms of pricing.
Yeah.
And that would have been a thing in the 90s and the early 2000s as well.
Yeah.
And it's continuing even now. So
if you're looking for like a microcosm of that, you can look into some of the reasons why Hunter S. Thompson ran for sheriff in Aspen, Colorado. That was when it was really starting to turn into like a more heavily upper class tourist town, ski resort kind of place, and that the people who had moved there quite a while ago were starting to kind of become pushed out more or less. I mean, it started long before that, but that was a big reason behind his ultimately unsuccessful campaign for sheriff. What were you gonna say, Will?
I was just gonna give the quote that I don't have up to date. I don't have an MLS open on my computer right now, but I'm pretty confident that back in the year around 99 2000, suburb house prices outside of Denver, which would be not the cheapest property, but definitely on the lower end of value to, or higher end of value, I guess, if you're going to look at it that way. They were going for like $80,000 to $150,000, and as of like 2021, those same buildings, the same they would have been called starter homes back in the days when the idea of people owning multiple homes in their lifetime was not laughable. Was I believe they were selling for closer to 700,000. So in a 20-year span, about 7 times, and it has to have been that in the 90s there was a similar increase, or at least from like the 70s through the 90s.
Yeah, and I mean, not to mention going back, of course, to Pynchon's description that he wrote for the book on Amazon, that no sort of allusions to modern day should be interpreted. You can also read this statement that he makes about housing in reference to the '08 financial crisis as well, where
Mhm.
the widely available subprime mortgages led the house prices to become insane for things that were not even remotely worth the amount of money that people were talking about. Um, so it's certainly a line that works on multiple levels of history. So from there, I just wanted to ask if anyone had any additional thoughts on this meeting between Frank or Wells, or Frank and Elmore.
We do get the very timely into 2025 like A minor joke.
Yeah, I caught that. Yeah.
Yeah, which I thought was both funny and prescient and, just kind of interesting.
Inadvertently timely, yeah.
Yeah.
I did have the same thought. You know what? If it's entirely possible that if we hadn't had that bit of a hiatus during this, that we would have read these sections before that would have become a timely reference. So if
Oh,
nothing
yeah.
else, it was worth
Worked
the
out.
extra couple months. We do also get a reference in this conversation between them to the Hole in the Wall gang. That will become of additional relevance later. That is Butch Cassidy's gang of the titular Butch Cassidy in the Sundance Kid film. Albeit the fact that Butch Cassidy didn't really look much like Robert Redford. He looked a lot rougher in real life.
Excuse me, Paul Newman is who he didn't look like.
Oh, I'm so
This is true.
sorry.
Yes.
Sundance Kid was Robert Redford.
Yes,
Mhm.
that's true.
It's been a long time since I've seen that film.
That's a shame because it's a good movie. I watched it
It
again
is
after
a good
Redford
movie.
died.
Yeah, that's a fair. I did all the President's Men.
That's good. Yeah, I watched The Sting and Butch Cassidy. So
They leave his office though, and they head out to a local Mexican restaurant, or perhaps just sort of Tex-Mex fare restaurant. It's unclear whether these dishes are good or not, but it is described in a way that puts this on kind of the side of the Pynchon cuisine of good food. I appreciate the thought that he puts into not just this description, but several descriptions over the course of these two chapters of being able to hear or smell something before you get to it.
yeah,
And it does give an impression that Telluride must smell crazy, just like in general. If you can
sensory
smell,
overload of smell.
yeah, exactly. If you can smell, restaurants that are on the outside of town, if you can smell the amalgamation areas, if you could smell the, all of the industry of the mines in general, that combined with the kind of strange aura from the lighting and from, all the rest of everything that we read about in Telluride, it truly does sell the city as a very insane place to exist in at this time.
Yeah.
And after sitting down to eat, we, in addition to the reference to Butch Cassidy's gang, we do also get a reference to Bob Meldrum's wife. Now, this seems invented by Pynchon. I was not able to find anything that corroborates the idea that Bob Meldrum's wife was this kind of almost otherworldly figure.
It
That
seems very much a Pynchon character.
yeah,
I don't think there's
absolutely.
any reality based goings on here.
I don't think so. But that does bring up the question of what it is that you guys may think Pynchon is doing with this character, or why we are treated to a description of this woman in such detail. Because she doesn't ever actually, like, as far as I can tell, show up on the page and influence the action at all. But there is a good chunk of a page dedicated to describing her.
I think the only thing I can really put to this is the sort of tall tale nature of Bob Meldrum that gets put around. Granted, he's a real person, but he's obviously played up a lot in the story, and probably in real life he was people were kind of embellishing the details of his life. It kind of only makes sense for him to have a partner who is as over the top, if not more so than he is. I think that in a way sort of grounds him if he's seen as this overall threatening imposing force on the world of at least of Telluride, there has to be something that he has to reckon with as well, or that is seen as sort of being above him, but not in such a way that he's like terrified of it. It's just the thing that kind of keeps him in check. And it's mentioned that her peppers are so hot that they can't even be seen, and that they're dangerous to people, but he eats them like peanuts. So she's kind of in a weird way this like grounding force to him, and kind of keeps him on an even keel, and it only is able to do so in her being so outrageously described. I think it makes for a fun read at the very least, but that's all I can really think.
Sure.
There might be a not crazy reading that she doesn't exist, that she's like some kind of, whether mass hallucination or like an explanation for things, in the same way
Okay.
that the Keiselger kid might be. But really, I don't buy that as an idea. It's just that like I really don't know what to do with her in this section, because
Yeah, me neither.
yeah, I mean she's stated as explicitly as Pynchon ever gets to be synonymous with her own horse.
Mm-hmm.
And that feels like that feels like a weightier statement than I guess it should be.
Yeah, fair. I mean, and you could even, if you're looking at alternative explanations for this character, to include potentially that she doesn't exist, you could also, I guess, interpret it as being Bob Meldrum's horse, because of the kind of, as depicted in a lot of westerns, intense relationship, for lack of any other description, between people and horses they had for a long time. But I agree with you. I find myself not really knowing what to do with her, or what to make of the way in which she's described, or the section as a whole.
Yeah, and if you do read her as her horse, then it's still kind of it's like, well, okay, cool. So then it's just a bunch of people anthropomorphizing a horse. Not sure what to make of that. It doesn't go anywhere as far as I can tell. Maybe I'm just missing something.
So if you have any theories, feel free to email us or get in contact with us in another way. It is also within this conversation between the two of them that we learn sort of the cover that Frank is using in order to try and get in touch with Captain Wells, which is that he has a new amalgamation process, where through magnetism he is able to more efficiently extract the gold ore and refine it. That wouldn't require kind of all of the chemicals in the process that would cause people to sort of go mad, potentially, or at the very least die an early death because of exposure to said chemicals. And of course, we do know from the rest of the book that is not what he's here to do. That is, he's instead here to try and get information on where he can find his father's killers, and get to the sort of bottom of what all is going wrong, not just in the city, but in the kind of overlap with his family. And from there, we actually have Frank interacting with the man himself. After this conversation with Elmore, he goes off. He returns back to his rooms at the Sheridan Hotel, and at that point, he is introduced to Bob more properly. And
is introduced the right way to.
I think it's introduced
in the middle of the night.
I think it's introduced for this person. I don't think anyone else
That's
you
true.
could claim that this is an introduction, but I do think that for Bob Meldrum, it's an accurate use of the term.
Yeah.
But you are correct that in the middle of the night, he just starts yelling at Frank from the other side of his hotel room door, and then Frank invites him in, and we are treated to a description of him. Does someone want to read that on page 290? The very very Looney Tunes-esque description of their interaction.
Sure, I got it. I believe the door's open, Frank shouted. In the instant it was. There stood a diminutive figure in a black hat, shirt, and gauntlets, Bob Meldrum unmistakably, with a mustache so wide Frank could swear its owner had to turn a little sideways to get through the doorway, and a halo of McBrien's which, like his fame, preceded him.
So they begin to speak to one another, and Frank realizes that this is the man himself. And so the two of them start kind of mostly talking about Bob himself, the fact that he seems to have a Napoleon complex in comparison to Butch Cassidy. Of course, Butch Cassidy's first robbery took place in Telluride. He was also up in Wyoming for a good chunk of his career as a criminal. These are also the two places that Bob Meldrum occupied most predominantly. So the reasons for the illusions are similar or are justified enough that I can definitely buy it for the purpose of this kind of sketch of the character. I do think it is kind of funny that the reason why he apparently kills so many people indiscriminately is because he feels the need to be, quote, a real hard ass. And this is the only way that he appears to know how to do that. And so the two of them decide to leave the hotel and go down to a saloon and a club where Frank is gonna pitch this amalgam process to Bob, and in some way that we never learn, but in some way this might lead him to gain access to the figure of Captain Wells himself. I also just wanted to take a brief aside to mention how clever I feel like it is that Pynchon is masking the power centers of things, not just in this chapter, but kind of in the book as a whole, in the way that outside of the couple of times that we have been treated, to use a very generous term, to Scarsdale Vibe's presence on the page, there is a number of layers between the characters themselves and the actions of power, or just interfacing with the centers of power in general. You know, Luke mentioned in his kind of overall feelings on the chapters that there's a lot of, and this happened, and he went and saw this person, he went and saw this person. And I think that a lot of that is very intentional to depict how at this time, as corporations themselves were getting bigger, and as the wealth gap, especially in this period with all of the controversy around like the free silver movement and the changing standards of what metals are worth what, and the kind of beginning to die off of like different rushes and start of different booms, that people were becoming even further and further removed from their employers or from the people who were actually making decisions that affected their day-to-day life, to where Frank would love to just go and talk to the person who can give him the information, but he can't do that. And he has to go through all of these different intermediaries and talk to all of these different people, and has to more or less pass tests in order to be given the potential of an opportunity of seeing Captain Wells. He's never even given the sort of reassurance that it will be possible to speak to him. It is entirely possible that if he was here doing what it is that he claims he's doing for real, that they would have thought it was a good idea. They would have pawned him off on another, corporate bureaucrat for one reason or another, and then they would have just implemented the idea through that way. He probably would have never even been able to see Captain Wells anyway. And yet, despite this separation, which would have certainly been felt by the miners at the time and was certainly part of the animating force behind unionizing in the first place, that separation between the owner class and the working class. But it's also a very effective depiction of showing how the reach of these people has tendrils everywhere, in the sense that Scarsdale Vibe may or may not have ordered the assassination of Frank's father, but that doesn't keep him from interacting with different tendrils of that company and of that person everywhere he goes. And now this is just a much more localized version of it. It's not clear whether Oakley Wells technically works for Scarsdale Vibe within the context of this book, or if it's just a separate enterprise. But he is still experiencing the same constant, slow, grinding process of being offered things, being redirected in different directions, and constantly running into more obstacles just to get to what it is that he wants, which in this case is a meeting with someone of great power and influence. I think it's got, certainly elements of Kafka's bureaucratic nightmares in it, but it's also got some of that tinge of the Lovecraftian horror that we talk about that comes up with some of the ways that he depicts things. But I think it is really an interesting experience to read through this book and feel the influence of this individual, but never actually come in contact with him. To the point that, like, the mental image I had of what that scene could look like, should Frank ever see him, is that he would be like this physical embodiment of evil, that like changes the temperature of the room, and he looks demonic, like almost like a judge figure from Blood Meridian, but in a capitalistic way rather than just in a brutal savagery way. I think it's a very, very well done part of these two chapters.
Yeah, it's just to draw it back to another Pynchon book. It's kind of a very visceral, and it's notable. This is Frank doing this. He is the normal guy, right? He is a straightforward person trying to enter this maze of bureaucracy that is being formed, and he cannot touch the master, but he can tickle the minions. And Meldrum barely even qualifies as a minion here, but both he and Disco are framed as in kind of the typically Pynchonian way, and I think to a lot of your Lovecraftian kind of interpretation, Kate, they're crazy. They're not, and I don't mean like diagnosably anything. They are just like people who have no sense of like groundedness. Like Bob Meldrum wakes people up in the middle of the night and like compliments their gunsmithing, their home gunsmithing, when he's still preparing to kill them. Elmore Disco goes around like shooting people because they screw with his hats and has no other like hostility other than business hostility in his body, apparently.
Yeah.
Like, these are weird people, and these are the people who are able to operate as these minions. And even they are really low on the ladder, because like the Captain Wells would be a minion in that framing, right? He's not a master. He's just like the last line of the stopgap between any given person and those masters.
Yeah, agreed. And I can't find any reason why in history why he would have the term captain. So I think that too, especially within what you just said at the end there, like if you look at what that term denotes, it determines someone that is the end of a line, but is not the end of the line from an organizational perspective. If you're a captain in the military, you're in charge of a great number of people, but there's 10 or 15 other people like you in an army that reports to an even smaller group of people above you, and so on and so forth. So in spite of there not being any historical reason for him to have that name, I think it is interesting that Pynchon includes it. And I especially like what you had to say about the fact that these people are crazy, because they certainly are. And I can't imagine what it would be like to come in contact with them. It would probably feel like you're not existing in reality. We do get treated to a return of Merle Rideout, though, who has not, if I'm mistaken, been in the narrative since the switch in framing from him to Webb Travers, right? Like, the last time that we really saw him was when Webb came in contact with him and they had their weird coded conversation back and forth. Yeah. And I was really expecting that him and Dally were done. Like I was not expecting that 200 some pages later, suddenly they would show up back on the page with no sort of like grand reintroduction or anything.
No.
Maybe it's just the fact that, we read those pages in terms of the cadence for the show, like not a year ago, but several months ago.
Yeah.
That, it feels much longer away than it is. But it is another case of this book covering so much ground in both a historical and narrative sense that it is unlike anything else that I have read. I have read other 1,000-page books. Infinite Jest is a 1,000-page book, but 300 pages into Infinite Jest is like nothing compared to the amount of like storytelling ground and the historical narrative and illusion that Pynchon is getting into with Against the Day. That it's a very unique effect. And I would be curious if any other books have managed to even do this in a remotely similar way, where it feels, and I'm sure that the amount of research that I am doing is not helping this feeling, but it feels like I have read so many books already before getting to this point. And the narrative is still crystallizing into a through line 300 pages in. That Merle's reappearance and then eventually Dally's reappearance in the next chapter did something to me mentally that I don't think I've ever experienced before. So it was just really lovely to see him show back up again and to have this sort of brief engagement in this chapter, and then he plays a much larger part in the next one. But he doesn't spend much time in this chapter because a very strange incident takes place involving a Japanese trade delegation. As they're sitting in the very sort of swanky environs of the Cosmopolitan Saloon, in walks, I don't think they're described as wearing like business suits with skinny ties, but that's genuinely kind of the thought I had, that this like group of very like 1950s businessmen wander in taking photographs of everything.
Yeah.
And it is one of the most absurd like interactions that I have come across in a book, where they show up, they're taking photos, and then Meldrum starts to get peeved and gets up to do some violence, or at the very least to like warn them to like move on or whatever. And the combination of factors that lead them to start taking more photos, I just find very funny. In that it is very obvious that there is like a touristic thing being done here from a standpoint of what Pynchon is writing. And this idea that there would be this kind of mythical fixation on the American West already at that time in history. I don't know if there's actual historical support for that idea, but that in and of itself is kind of funny, that people would go to a country to experience this like mythic quality of something that is already going on, to where the interpreter would tell them in an attempt to warn them, hey, this man is dangerous, he's a gunfighter, and for that to elicit the reaction in them of excitement at interacting with one of these sort of mythic elements of the world they're photographing, to such a degree that they lose their mind and take what must be thousands of photos from the perspective of like what Pynchon describes as having happened. It was a scene that I think I probably read through, I don't even know, 5 times, just because the first couple of times I was laughing really hard, and then the next couple of times I was like, mate, there's actually something else happening here that I need to like slow down and try and interpret. And then finally once is just sort of appreciating the prose. It's really something quite funny. Does someone want to read the section from Fascinated the Sons of Nippon on 292 to the Anakoto and then the all at once line?
Yeah, I got it right here. Fascinated, the Sons of Nippon had begun to gather about Bob in a semicircle, popping out to full length the bellows of their cameras, taking tentative aim, some even attempting to climb up on the billiard table to improve the angle of view, causing perplexity among those attempting to play on its surface. Kid, neither of Bob's lips being seen to move. That little contraption of yours I was admiring earlier? Do you happen to have it handy? Because I may soon require your assistance in a back-watching way. This is making me begin to itch somewhat fierce. Is the problem here? I can talk a little of their lingo, Merle volunteered. Can you say, I intend to kill all you sons of bitches one by one just so I don't make no mistakes? Something along those lines? Let's see. Sumimasen, folks. This here's Bobo-san desu. Everybody bowed to Bob, who found himself hesitantly bowing. Gonosuinga, Merle added. Motomo abunasi desu. Ah, anakoto. All at once, magnesium flashlights were exploding everywhere, each producing a column of thick white smoke whose orderly cylindrical ascent was immediately disarranged by attempts of customers, in some panic, to seek exit. The unexpected combination of brightness and opacity thus quickly spreading to fill every part of the saloon. Those who in their flight did not stumble over or into furniture soon collided with others who felt obliged to collide back and with interest. Peevishness grew general. Solid objects were soon moving through the fulgurescence invisibly and at high speed, with profanity being uttered at every hand, much of it in Japanese. Frank decided to squat down by the end of the bar till the air cleared. He kept an ear out for Bob, but in the uproar couldn't be too sure of anybody's voice. The loss of clarity and scale in the room was producing, for many, strange optical illusions, common among them that of a vast landscape swept by an unyielding fog. It became possible to believe one had been spirited, in the swift cascade of light flashes, to some distant geography where creatures as yet unknown thrashed about, howling affrightedly in the dark. Older customers, in whose hearts the battles of the rebellion yet persisted, heard in these more temperate detonations of flash powder the field pieces of ancient campaigns better forgotten. Even Frank, who was usually immune to all degrees of the phantasmal, found that he could no longer orient himself with certainty.
It's basically the same thing that happens when the pool balls explode very early in this book. And made me laugh almost as much as that scene did, but not quite as much. That still is my favorite comedic scene in this book so far.
Yeah.
But it unlike that scene, it transitions into this sort of otherworldly text, and I think it's important for us to have read that out in order just to give some context for what is going on in this section, because I can't think of how to describe it in a less specific way than just reading it. But the cascade of light and the smoke would appear to, kind of as Luke mentioned in the summary of these chapters, to other worlds or to other environments or memories. So I wanted to get your guys' take on what you think is going on here, because this is one case where it feels less solid to me than like the train moving into a different dimension or the other world of the two worlds that I think this book occupies, or the explosion sending Lou into the other world. It doesn't feel as solid that Pynchon is doing something like that, where in those other examples it is kind of either advances in technology that are bringing people between the worlds, or some sort of grand event like a near-death experience that's causing that changeover. Whereas here, something approaches that, but it isn't clear to me that they have directly moved from one world to another. It seems like they get close to it and then it just stops. So I'm curious what your guys' take is on what's happening on the page in this section.
I think for me, this is a good example of Pynchon being implicit rather than explicit. Not that he's terribly often explicit in his descriptions of things or what he's alluding to, but with what you mentioned just a minute ago about the train and everything, I think this is a little bit more intentionally vague. But what it had me thinking of was the sort of role that photography would play in shaping society, and with it being such a new technology at the time, and especially portable photography, and the use of the way that those devices worked at that time. Was, you had that magnesium flash or that almost sort of explosion that's happening, and the overwhelmingness of that. I mean, imagine a world in which electricity is still new, and all of a sudden you have all these flashing lights going off simultaneously in a small environment that are also producing a loud noise, producing this smoke that cannot smell anything but horribly acrid. It has to be a sensory overwhelming sort of situation that would have almost been absolutely terrifying at the time, just because the newness of it. It is something that we're so used to now, and it exists in such a different state. But at the same time, what this passage had me thinking of was the scene in Lost Highway after Bill Pullman and Patricia Arquette's characters find the tape at their house, and they're talking to the detectives, and I'm trying to think of Fred Madison. Fred Madison tells them that he doesn't own a camcorder because he likes to remember things the way they happen, not necessarily the way they happened, but the way that he remembers them. And I think something that photography has done, and this again kind of goes back to that duality side of this book. There is a lot of good in it. We can preserve history. We can see things that we otherwise wouldn't have been able to see, people, places, events, all of that kind of stuff. But at the same time, it sort of removes the human aspect from memory, from storytelling, from reminiscence, because you no longer have that inherent flaw of human memory that kind of distorts how things happened or what they looked like. It's now permanent and it's there, and there's no real way to alter or adjust that. So it's kind of set in stone. And so I guess in a sense it just had me thinking like that's, this sort of monstrous feeling of this shift into this other world with the explosions of these flashes going off sort of gives Merle a glimpse into what this technology can become, this sort of fascinating horror that it can create in what it's capable of doing. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone else, but in my head that's how things kind of shook out with that particular passage.
I completely agree with what you said, and I would like to literalize it in the story a little bit more, because I think you're doing a little bit more work than I think is necessary to get to that point. Maybe
That's
your
fair,
subconscious
yeah.
is just doing it for you.
Yeah.
But so these are the first automatic flash bulbs, right?
Yeah.
Presumably they're not true flash bulbs because those were one-offs, but so just before I dive into it, I want to say, have any of you smelled burning magnesium before?
Pretty bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's rough. Yeah.
It's like I read this scene, I was like, this is a headache. This is awful. But anyway, so they're using brand new flashlights, as they're claimed. And what that's doing, as it's said, is it's filling the room with white smoke. And then it's not actually said explicitly, except that, solid objects were soon moving throughout the fulgurescence invisibly. So one has to assume gunshots, right? Either that or something weirder.
Chairs.
Yeah.
Or both, really.
Yeah, probably.
People of this time.
I thought bottles or cups or something.
That too, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But armaments of all sorts, whether innocent or not. But and this is, I want to say, right before or right after the invention of smokeless gunpowder. It's right around this time period where it was invented, let alone distributed widely, and this was a time period where a lot of people would have been homebrewing their own gunpowder still, especially in places like this. Well, maybe not places like this, because, you got mines going on, but, the areas surrounding the mines, you might have homebrewed gunpowder. So, anyway, this is like a scene of warfare where photography is both obscuring and creating the situation. And so you have like I think a comment on like war journalism to a large extent of talking about how like not just the photos distort your impression of things, because in kind of the same way that I talked a little bit about last episode where Ren was being robbed of the virtue of her torture in Mesa Verde, and in kind of a similar way, these people are being their lives are being threatened, and they are trying to capture that moment with the picture, which doesn't make any sense, obviously, except joking pinch-y kind of logic for characters. But also, like, that is how a lot of people act when there is like a disaster going on. You pull out your phone, you start taking pictures, start video. And what is happening here, and since we're talking about old school, really early film, there wasn't anything with a high ISO back then. You were not getting photos without a ton of light added. And so in a way, these cameras, not only have these cameras brought upon this violence by being the thing that set off Bob just because he's a little bit off his rocker already, but they are fueling themselves and sustaining and manufacturing these circumstances and the real thing they are capturing, which is continuing to obscure the further consumption from the standpoint of the camera of that light, which in the end only obscures, provides them with no meaningful photographs past the first few shots, and doesn't allow, even if you take for granted that somebody, for example, like that David Lynch character, doesn't want to remember things the way they seemed, but you are also damaging the ability for people who choose that to find their own truth in this world where the air is being filled with flash and smoke.
That makes a lot of sense. The stuff that both of you had mentioned. The closest I had thought was feasible, and which, the more I thought about it, I was like, I don't know, that might be a bit of a reach, is that this is some kind of like PTSD fueled episode where like a good number of these people, in theory, some of them could have been Civil War veterans, but more of them could have been veterans of other conflict. And that somehow something between the flash and the scent like triggers like a mass sort of PTSD like flashback or attack that leads them all to kind of momentarily lose their own sanity. But I think the angle that the two of you have come at it from makes a lot more sense.
There's also like a weird reading, I guess, that they are trying to, like, maybe not intentionally, maybe not consciously or intentionally in any way, trying to, obscure themselves with the flashes. But it's very reminiscent of how Frenzy uses the camera later in Vineland.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. Once the situation itself kind of calms down and the fighting has ceased, Frank notices that that Muldrum has disappeared, but that Merle is still hanging about talking to members of the Japanese delegation. And this is where it's revealed that the reason that they say they're there, which is actually just a cover story in the same way that Frank is operating underneath the cover story, is that they're interested in kind of the mythology of the Old West or the values of the Old West, to which they're told there is none. That it's just lawlessness and insanity is really all it is. And this is where we get another historical reference to someone known as the Baron Akishi, or Akashi, is probably more correctly how it's pronounced, who is quite a fascinating historical figure. Evidently there is a good chunk of like manga or anime or just sort of storytelling that is still influenced by the kind of mythical quality that this man has in Japan for the things that he was capable of accomplishing. But what Merle tells Frank is that rather than them being tourists or a trade delegation, and specifically the way they're saying, they're actually probably representatives of the Baron Akashi who are here doing some kind of industrial espionage or in the process of establishing something covert. And if that is true, there's plenty of good reason to actually believe this. So the Baron Akashi was someone who was sent to Europe by Imperial Japan in order to collect knowledge or resources and engage in spy work and tradecraft against the Russian Empire. So he would eventually become a general in the Japanese army. He would also eventually be the governor general of Taiwan, but he is most famous for these acts of espionage he engaged in during the Russo-Japanese War. And if you think back to a couple chapters ago, where there's some references to the Black Dragon Society and the Russo-Japanese War, when the Chums of Chance are speaking to their Russian colleagues, he is a major figure in the build-up to that whole thing. So Pynchon is pulling over one of those elements from a recent chapter. He went to Europe underneath the official capacity of being a roaming military attaché. He took up residency in France specifically. But while he was visiting these various countries, he was actually setting up covert espionage rings largely through locally based Japanese merchants or workers, as well as any locals who may have been sympathetic to Japan or the Japanese cause in the Russo-Japanese War. And he was given a discretionary fund of 1 million yen, which back then was a astronomical amount of money in today's figures to put in the hands of one guy to just do with as he sees fit. And so what he would do is he would try and use his different contacts to gather information on Russian troop movements, controversy, or movements within the Russian government, any naval deployments that may have been going on, basically so that the Japanese military and state had as much information going into the war that they were inevitably headed towards as they possibly could. But the other thing that he did that was very interesting is he was responsible for funding the Bolsheviks, at least partially. And so he shifted, especially when the war started, he shifted from gathering information that could be useful to understanding the military capacity prior to the war starting, to actively fomenting revolution through radical sects of Russian society or anarchists in Russian society or the Bolsheviks, to the point where he actually met with Lenin in Switzerland when Lenin was in exile. And so he's putting together these espionage networks. He's fomenting the collapse of the Russian monarchy through any way that he possibly can. The Russian secret police actually tried to assassinate him several times. Every single time they failed. And then, as if all of that wasn't enough, it is also widely considered that it was Akashi who organized the assassinations of the interior minister. I don't want to butcher this name, but I'm going to try. Vyacheslav von Pleva, and the assassination of George Gapon, who the latter was responsible for fomenting the Bloody Sunday massacre as well as the mutiny on the Potemkin. And after he had engaged in all of this activity in Europe, he had obtained this legendary status in the Japanese military. And so what they did was they brought him back to Japan after the war was over. And there's a quote that I was able to find that estimated that his activity and his capabilities were worth more than 10 divisions of fighting men in Manchuria during the war itself. And so he was promoted to Major General. He was put in command of the 14th Infantry, which was in Korea at the time. And it was widely known at this point that, or at least now, retroactively, it is widely known that at this point, he was pretty closely allied with the Black Dragon Society, that same group that Pynchon mentions a couple chapters ago. He's never listed on any of their official membership rolls, and he's also never quoted or stated as having joined or come in contact with the organization, but it was very obvious that he was gaining support, either financially or politically, from the elements of that society that could support him because of the fact that they had aligned political motivations. After the war ended proper, he was made responsible for organizing the military police in Korea. He was then promoted to the rank of lieutenant general at just age 49. And then in 1918, he was made a full general of the army, and he was placed in charge of Taiwan, where he would eventually die. So he became the Governor General of Taiwan. He would serve there for a pretty significant amount of time. He was the only Governor General of Taiwan during the Japanese control era who died in office, and is actually one of the only ones who is still revered, from what I can tell, by the people of Taiwan, because he is largely responsible for modernizing a lot of different sectors of Taiwanese industry and infrastructure, and in particular, relevant to these chapters, electrification of the country. So a big chunk of what he achieved was wider access to electric lighting, and just sort of access to electricity in general. He also supported a lot of the hydroelectric power projects that were there. And then his other big thing that he kind of was able to claim under his name was being responsible for initiating the process of creating an irrigation system in Taiwan. When he died, his wishes were expressly that his body remain in Taiwan, and it's still there. You can go see his grave in Taipei. And he basically said that he wanted to remain in Taiwan so that his spirit could act as a guardian for the Taiwanese people, essentially. So really, really fascinating figure. And it is not, as I mentioned already, out of the realm of possibility that if what these people are doing is working for Akashi, that they are engaging in some kind of subterfuge or some sort of industrial sabotage, because the Black Dragon Society that was allied with him did have espionage projects ongoing in the US. If you go back and read through some of that information. That was the episode I missed, so I don't know to what degree you guys covered the Black Dragons when they came up.
If I recall right, I talked about him a little bit, not tremendously in depth, but we did kind of go into it.
Yeah. So an interesting figure in history, and certainly from this particular element of the interactions between Russia and Japan, and how some of that does cross over to America. It is not impossible that there would have been something like a trade delegation there in 1904 or whatever year this may have taken place. Yeah, so from there, we learn that the night is kind of beginning to dissipate. The bar is getting put back together. The Japanese visitors have left, and sort of with no other recourse, Frank just asks Merle, like, is this what a normal night in Telluride is like? and Merle tells him, like, oh man, this is nothing. You should go back to the days when Butch Cassidy rode into town in 1889, which is a reference to Butch Cassidy's first ever bank robbery. That took place on June 24th of 1889, when he and three others stole $21,000 from the San Miguel Valley Bank in Telluride. That money, expressed in modern terms, would be $735,000. The bank itself was owned by someone named L.L. Nunn, who was a local mine owner, and was also a later pioneer of a hydroelectric power plant that was put together by him and George Westinghouse. So just another sort of random bit of trivia that doesn't come up here, but just I found it interesting that was who owned the bank that he robbed. And the bank closed as a result of the robbery having taken place. And that does bring us to the end of chapter 24. Does anyone have anything else they want to bring up, either about this ending section or the chapter as a whole?
I had two things.
Yeah.
So I do find it interesting that the Merle thinks that the industrial spying and the Japanese seem to be looking for his amalgamation process. But he says that could be just a cover story, couldn't it? And then he leaves, which foreshadows the next chapter, in which Merle knows who Frank is and knows why he's in town, and knows that the amalgamation process that Frank is trying to sell is ultimately a cover story, which I found interesting to think about, and it's kind of another example of doubling in this book. I also wanted to go back to what the Japanese visitor says to Merle in that short conversation after all the camera pictures and all that. The visitor says, over here, the American West, it is a spiritual territory in which we seek to study the secrets of your national soul. Merle really focuses on the national soul thing. And talks about how America doesn't have a national soul, which I would maybe push back on, at least in at this time. I maybe wouldn't push back on it too much, especially not in 2025. But I do think that what the Japanese guy is getting at is kind of I don't think that people in Japan, Japanese tourists, would have been super aware of like the concept of the frontier and how the frontier at this point in time in the early 1900s was no longer existing. And I do think that I'm having trouble articulating my thoughts fully on this whole thing because the whole like frontier thing and the national spirit and all that is kind of like so ingrained in me that it's hard to put into words and stuff. But
Well,
like
it sounds almost like maybe what you're trying to say is that, like, if America does have like a soul or an identity, it is uniquely that concept of the American West. Because at least in I think my estimation, a lot of other people's estimation, that is like the whole concept of the West, gunfighter ballads, showdowns, everything that the West also brought with it is a very distinctly American thing that doesn't show up elsewhere. So while Merle is saying that, like, if that is the soul of America, we don't have one because of the kind of depravity of it. That, while that may be true, that doesn't change the fact that it is uniquely America's identity or culture, I think is maybe what you're trying to say.
yeah, and I mean, the pension wiki gets into the man in the high castle as it relates to this conversation, which I won't really go on about that. Because the pension wiki does actually a pretty good job of justifying that little detour on the wiki, which I do think that a lot of the stuff that he talks about or that they talk about in that little section is in there. And I do think the pension, that's probably read The Man in the High Castle and maybe had it in the back of his mind. But the Man in the High Castle gets into Japanese obsession with the American West a good amount. I know that in Germany, like tales of like cowboys and Indians are, I think, even to this day, very popular. I think that they're kind of known for not being super like those depictions of cowboys and Indians are not, or Native Americans are not known for being super like politically correct. I think. I've had my own experiences of having to explain like where I live to when I was younger to people in foreign countries. And I remember one time I was in Zambia and I was talking to some rural Zambians that I have been friends with for a long time. And I mentioned cowboys and Indians to them, and I said, like, do you know what that is? And they're like, yeah, yeah, we know what that is, just because of what amounts to pop culture and stuff. To where like, I feel like as America itself kind of stopped focusing on the West as much and started focusing on other things, like that, the rest of the world, and I guess Westerns were a big thing once in the '60s and stuff. But the rest of the world kind of didn't maybe get the memo that the frontier had closed, that the frontier was done, and they kind of still, at this time in like 1904, 1905, probably still thought that they could go to the Wild West and see all this crazy stuff. When in reality, like this town is electricity, street lights. Things are moving towards, things are being developed. Things are moving much faster towards civilization. And towards like what the opposite, like the opposite of anarchy, basically, which is what the American West largely was.
Yeah, I think that's definitely some great detail for that portion of their conversation.
So mine is going to be definitely conspiracy corner tier, but it's going to
Hell
be
yeah.
very short. It's very short. I promise.
Damn.
Promise this time. So Telluride is named for tellurium, and tellurium, circa the 50s, started to be tellurium these days is one of the major components in some of the most efficient in terms of turning solar power into electricity forms of photovoltaic cells. And this is still not the predominant form of solar cells in use because they are extremely fragile. However, this type is called tellurium. Let me check. Cadmium tellurium solar panels, and back in like the 50s, Kodak was researching how to use them in their cameras, presumably as light meters and as ways to not have to replace batteries in your flash, in the flash component of your camera. And it's a real stretch because I don't know what it all comes together as, except maybe Pynchon kind of casting aspersions at um, the idea that, like, oh, it's the oil that's the problem, and especially given how much in Gravity's Rainbow oil is made out to be kind of symbolic of the evils of um, the modern world. That, like, this is by having tellurium as at the center of this chapter, and having light so much as kind of part of the decay of this world, um, may well be like an angle at the idea that, sure, yeah, you can make solar panels that would free us from, the kinds of powers of the oil companies or the coal mining companies or whatever, but you're still gonna have the outcomes of all of that light. You're still gonna have the drawbacks, I guess.
I mean, I feel like it's almost a cliche at this point that we respond to each other's conspiracy corners with, "I don't think you're crazy," but I don't think you're crazy.
I can't argue that.
And it's a real stretch because aside from the fact that, like, there is so much overlap, like with the Kodak name dropping and the all of it, there is so much overlapping that it makes me want to believe it. But it is one of those things where, like, okay, sure, Pynchon had security clearance and was reading things, but, like, he was not reading the damn Kodak uh, research on how to make solar cells that don't weigh anything. And
See, but if there was somebody who would be reading that,
absolutely, I don't put it past him. I just, it's one of those things where, like, they're still not used a lot today, and they certainly weren't used a lot before 2006.
Mhm.
It's one of those things where, like, if it is encoded at all, it's very much like not a very meaningful encoding.
Sure, yeah. Chapter 25 opens up with Frank getting himself a horse to get his way up to Little Hellkite Mine. But before he heads up there, he gets back in contact with Elmore Disco, and after recapping the events of the night, he lets Frank know that it's most likely that oh god, what's his fucking name? Bob Meldrum. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna take that line again. After getting back in contact with Elmore Disco, he learns that it's likely that despite Meldrum's disappearance last night at the Cosmopolitan, he's probably just back on the job. And at this point, that's where he's going to be able to get in contact with him. So Frank heads out and he finds his way up to the Little Hellkite Mine. And once he makes his way up the hillside after being treated to some really solid description of just the kind of land that they're going through, and also once again the fact that he can smell something before getting there. Says here on 297, the smell had come drifting by here and there since he'd arrived in town, but nowhere near as intense as this. He heard metal groaning overhead and looked up to see tram buckets loaded with ore heading down to the Pandora Works at the edge of town for processing. The owners having found it too steep up here to put in expensive luxuries like stamp mills. He passed the junction house of the Telluride Power Company, a vivid red against pale mountain slope, logged off long ago. Scarred with trail and bristling all over the stumps, gone white as grave markers, the hum of the voltage louder than the cicadas. So it's not just another instance of a depiction of how overwhelming Telluride must be to exist in, but it's also showcasing that industrial progress is basically built off of industrial progress. The fact that he's headed up to see this mine, how it functions, the people that are working there, and then when he turns and sees the hills, Pynchon directly makes a comment on the fact that they've all been logged. The trees are gone, and it happened long ago. And it's just this sense that mixed with the smell and with the noise, not just of the stamp mill running, but also just the electrical buzzing, that these things have become such a great force, not just in modernization, that it has completely tamped down sort of creation, so to speak. And the fact that it overwhelms even the cicadas, I think is a really clever way in which Pynchon is examining just kind of the evil or the sickness of it, in that industry is tamping down nature or creation. It's just a very clever sort of one sentence choice by him in this section as Frank makes his way up the hill.
Well, and I would also, just to kind of piggyback on that real quick, the paragraph just before that also kind of shows the human cost of that. The selection that you read, I think, does a great job of talking about the environmental impact of it. But just before that, even Frank, who was not what you'd call one of these spiritualists, could tell that it was haunted up here. Despite the day and night commercial bustling down below, the wide open promise of desire unleashed, you only had to climb the hillside for less than an hour to find the brown, slumped skeletons of cabins nobody would occupy again. The abandoned bed springs from miners' dormitories left out to rust 2.5 miles up into the dark daytime sky. The presences that moved quickly as marmots at the edges of the visible, the cold that was not at all a function of altitude. So it's that same thing, this progress that's been built up upon the backs of human labor and the shredding of the environment. And once it's been gutted and what is wanted is taken, we just move on and we just kind of build on the shells of those husks that we've left there from our previous expeditions. And it's, if you really think about like the visualizing that scene and just kind of seeing that and understanding that, like, it's a really haunting image.
Yeah. This whole sort of page is filled with that.
There goes one of my favorite passage candidates.
I'm so sorry, they're so relevant.
No,
Sorry, that was one of my quotes too.
Yeah, no, I figured, honestly, because it needed to be read out by someone.
Yeah, very much so. Eventually he figures out that that he's gone in the wrong direction. When he arrives at the assay office, they tell him he's down in Pandora, and they tell him that he said that he was told that he can find him up here. And at this point, we get a reference to the fact that that Merle might be talking to Tommy Knockers. I didn't know. I knew this from the Stephen King book. I didn't know that it was.
Most people did, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that it was actually a name for essentially, like European legend for spirits that guard like the ore and sort of rare earth materials inside the planet Earth.
Mhm.
Which of course has a neat kind of carry over to the gnomes and elves that live inside the Earth in Pynchon's world, which of course will come into relevance later in this very chapter.
And beavers, don't forget beavers.
Yes. The beavers of the brain. So yeah, just a fun little piece of mining history. The European miners came over and then started sort of spreading this this urban legend to the American-born miners as well. And from there, we get a reference also to Bullion Day. This is when I guess Merle is at his sharpest. What this refers to is the day in which enough ore has been collected that they can actually refine it into ingots. So they melt down all of that refined gold and then they pour it into the actual mold. So that's sort of, if you're doing amalgamation work, that's kind of your big cap on a bunch of work that you would have been doing for a week or however long it would take to amass that much. And then from here, Frank actually goes up to the mine proper, and we run into Dally. As I mentioned, the presence of these two characters just sort of randomly returning all these months later really did a number on me. But I would say that Dally's arrival, more so than Merle's, caused a very big emotional reaction that I'm not sure was intentional. In the sense that, the last time that we had talked about her, she was like this is a child, like a literal child.
Yeah.
And we had kind of observed her loss of innocence in context of the Columbian Exposition getting shuttered and the kind of Panic of 93 and how that just sort of claimed a lot from people, and her innocence was one of the things that it claimed. And so seeing her show back up here, not just older, still not having found her mother, but then also working as a powder monkey, someone who's blowing up rock, doing really, really challenging work. It just did something to me. Like I didn't cry, I didn't freak out, I didn't like scream and yell or anything, but I just sat there for a second and looked out the window and I was like, damn, that's sad. And just kind of had to sit with that emotion for a while.
I think it's absolutely intentional. I think that it's representative of what children at that time were going through. And I
Yeah.
think this goes back to what I was talking about at the very, very beginning about how chapters like these, in which Pynchon is really taking the time to work and develop his characters, this is a prime example of that. Because on the one hand, yeah, it's been months for us in the time that we're reading this book, but it's also been hundreds of pages at this point since the last time we saw Dally specifically. And in that amount of time, even though we don't really witness it, we see the change in her from the last time we saw her to now, when she's this little fast talking powder monkey who's just kind of talking like she's an old minehead from that's been working in the mines for 30 years. She knows the lingo, she knows the attitude, she knows the lifestyle, and she's still a kid. But that is the reality that a lot of kids had at that time. There were a lot of kids that were working in mines or in industrial plants, and that basically were adults by the time they were like 12. And it's fucked up, but that's just kind of what it was. But for a writer to get that reaction out of us as a reader when you haven't seen this character in so long speaks volumes about how well he developed that character at the very beginning of this story, because we were already so emotionally invested in her that by the time she comes back and we've not even seen the time that's gone by, we haven't seen her in that time, and we still are this upset at her position in life. Like that is tremendous writing.
Honestly, it's almost, for me at least, because of the fact that I feel confident in the idea that Merle would not have her employed if she were not qualified. And the fact of the matter being that like the teenager didn't exist until at least 20 years after this as a concept. That like she's doing more or less normal life things, so I can at least kind of excavate that the like, oh, she's not in a good position, even though she's in an okay position. It's dangerous work, but she's got her head screwed on right. But it's really that like my you have grown thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an insane thing to evoke with almost no physical descriptions of a character and almost no description of her person, like period, like not bodily, but just who she is. It's just you get it from how she talks, you get it from the stories that we're going to be going through these next couple pages.
It is truly impressive. I've never encountered anything like that in the stuff that I have read. Despite her having grown quite a bit, the kind of jabbing, sarcastic relationship with her father has not changed. That is still certainly the dynamic that the two of them have with one another, in which Dally assures them that one day she's just going to leave, and that the two of them just keep throwing jokes back and forth at one another. It's really fun stuff. The joke about sticking around just because she likes the coffee, which almost certainly would have been made in somebody's sock, is great. She's a character who shows up, and there is that reaction of like, wow, you've gotten so much older from the last time I saw you. But she shows up, and she like that death of innocence that she goes through really is sold in the fact that she is older, but she's definitely not an adult as we would sort of conceptualize it now. And despite that, she is working amongst people who are very weathered down by the world and society, presumably holding her own because it doesn't appear as though anyone messes with her, is very confident in the work that she does. And as we get on to see, has probably been exposed to some things that she shouldn't have been on multiple levels. But she carries herself with a way that's very charismatic at this point. And you can tell that she would probably be a fun hang to be around, given the interactions that she has both with Frank and her father. I mean, the running gag in this where she pretends to think his name is Fred is hilarious. I
Mhm.
laughed both times.
no,
both
she's
times
not
that
forgetting it.
happened.
She's just making sure he remembers.
Yeah, yeah. um, I found her to be a really engaging and really wonderful addition to this chapter in coming back, and I'm sure there'll be more from her if she continues on in the same kind of frame. She'll probably continue to be a favorite of mine whenever she comes up. But it was simultaneously this like sadness at the state that she's in, but also joy at the character that she has become essentially. And it's really good stuff. And the conversation that the three of them have in the amalgamator shed is really good stuff. Really, really enjoyed it. Do we have any thoughts that we wanted to share on Dally or this conversation between the three of them before it kind of moves on to the next phase when Frank realizes he has to get out of town?
So yeah, there's a brief mention of Buck Wells on the bottom of page 299, where it's mentioned that he's, quote, far too troubled of a soul. Might be he'll even do the deed on himself before you ever get there. So the real life Buck Wells was kind of an interesting character. He fits the vibe of this book. He was strongly anti-union, and specifically the Telluride Miners Union. He had a whole campaign where he was trying to paint the head of that union as a really awful and evil person, and basically just trying to bring him down in the union with him. So he was exactly as a very Scarsdale vibe type of person. He also had an affair with a socialite by the name of Louise Sneed Hill, who lived in Denver and was seen as a sort of leader of the society in Denver. Both were married at the time of this affair. Wells's wife ended up divorcing him, which caused him to lose $15 million in mining interests in 1918, which is a shit ton of money in 1918. They continued to have their affair until Louise Hill's husband, whose name was Crawford, he died in 1922. They ended up not getting married. He eloped with another woman. She vowed to, quote, break him. So she got her financial backer to withdraw his support of Wells, which basically cost him his entire mining empire and all of his gas and oil speculation. So he basically, the money he had left after that, which was not much, he gambled away, and he ended up killing himself in 1931, pretty much penniless. So very much a riches to rags story, and a very appropriate historical character to throw in for this book.
Yeah, just a very strange historical figure in that he's like, especially in terms of his view of people who worked for him,
Mm-hmm.
and in the sort of things he was willing to do from a business perspective, is really kind of, again, like almost this apotheosis of like the twisted nature of capitalism taken to its logical endpoint at this point in history, and how that consumes him as well.
Yeah.
He wasn't particularly flashy or interesting. He's not one of the robber barons. He's sort of, at least in this book, this kind of middle management guy who maxes out his own personal fortune through any means necessary, any debaucherous, acts towards other people that he can engage in to get there, he will do. And then it all just comes back around. Like it is such a amazing illustration of karma having taken place for one of these early capitalist figures. So after this kind of brief conversation on whether or not even seeing Buck Wells is feasible, let alone trying to kill Buck Wells. From there, we learn that Frank is gonna need to get out of town, but before he is warned, Merle basically says like, "Hey, I know why you're here. You look like your father," which is something that shows up a lot in these chapters. The fact that the members of the Rideout family all kind of look like each other and their father. He says, you know, you're not here to kill Buck Wells. I think you're here to kill Deuce and Sloat, and you're looking to figure out what they look like or where they might be. I can at least tell you one of those things. And so he takes out 2 photographs that he has in his amalgamator shed that he took, which again, just from a standpoint of the time that has passed and how far this book has gotten in 300 pages, to conceive of Merle as his previous photography, sort of profession is another blast from the past. But he's continued to do it with access to the chemicals that he has in an amalgamator. So he shows him these photos, and it is just at this point that we then learn that maybe not word is out on what Frank is really here for, but something has transpired where they're going to come after him. And so Daly comes back and says that they're going to need to get out of town, and then Merle gives him a weird meat sandwich, which I'm pretty sure that's just like dynamite or something, or like a plastic explosive. Am I correct in my assumption that that's what he gives him?
I have no clue, because genuinely the idea of a description of something that seems like meat, it gives so little information.
Mm-hmm.
Because like what is the characteristic of meat really, and from a visual standpoint? Because like chicken breast sure looks different from like stewed beef.
Yeah.
Sure looks different from, what like it's such a broad spectrum of things that it's genuinely hard to imagine, which I think is the point. But then like so like if it's explosives, that makes as much sense as anything, except that like what does it look like? Bologna? And would that be something that like Frank would have had access to? Maybe, I don't know.
It's
don't
a
know.
very Simpsons-esque joke in the way it's presented. Like
Mhm.
I get a flashback of the lunch lady grinding up gym mats and claiming that there's very little meat in the mats.
Yeah, the only thing that I could think of, especially because they like leave it in the escape tunnel when they're trying to get away, is that it is some kind of moldable explosive, but that wouldn't have been a thing back then, like Semtex or C4 or any of the things that you would think wouldn't have been something that Merle would have had access to. But what I figured in my head what the description could be is like a brick of plastic explosive like wrapped in something. Because that would look like a solid sort of gray, lump, which I could assume that if it was like a cold cut or a bologna or something, if you just like put a giant chunk of that between bread, maybe that would look similar.
Some kind of aged meat.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess dynamite looks vaguely like meat. It really looks more like skin color. Like kind of mid beige tone skin color.
Yeah. The interaction is just so funny, where he's basically saying like, there's an escape tunnel, you and Daly are gonna take it. And then he just says, Rogers keeps a little barn over the tomboy. Just tie the reins over the saddle horn, set them loose, and they'll find their way back. Might want these prints. I have negatives. Oh, and here. What's this? What it looks like. Some kind of meat sandwich? What's it for? Maybe you'll find out. Maybe I'll eat it. Maybe not. Talia, you better see him to town. The immediate sort of reversal of maybe you'll figure it out made me laugh really hard.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's a great scene. Merle's a great character. He's gotten more interesting since he started to go crazy from amalgamation fumes. And this is an example of that.
So like I just wanted to say, I think what is then done with it is it's given to the Tommyknockers.
Oh yeah, it's like some kind of like payment for passage. They do
Yeah,
just
and
leave it in the tunnel.
yeah, and like then the explosion comes, and so like it could be, and a few explosions come, but like it could be that it's like essentially a time bomb that has been rigged up with the chemical fuse, or it could be that it's a bomb or it's bombs for the Tommyknockers, or it could just be a nice tasty gristle sandwich or something.
Yeah. I do love that this is something that, despite all of the weird arguing back and forth in the Pinch on Wiki for this book, that they didn't even attempt to tackle.
Yeah.
There isn't even an entry for some kind of meat sandwich or what they drop in the tunnel. Despite the fact that unlike the next page in the Pinch on Wiki, there's literally someone who at some point must have put an entry in and then deleted it because someone's response to it of black sheep paid regularly by families to stay away, 3 question marks, source, 1 question mark, is still there. But I think that, I think you're absolutely correct, Will, in that it is probably some kind of offering to the Tommyknockers in sort of payment for safe passage. That makes the most sense out of anything that has been said here or that I was able to think of. So the two of them get out of the little Hellkite mine area, and they begin slowly going down the belt that normally sends refined ore or slag down the mountain, just in a bucket, and we're treated to yet another instance where things smell bad. Where Dally says that it's worse than a Texas shithouse from a perspective of scent, which again, that's got to be terrible. The amount of insane sensory stuff in these 2 chapters, I don't think I could exist in Telluride at this time. I think that someone would need to, and someone would need to knock me out so that I went nose deaf in a coma. But I don't know if that's how that would work. I think I would just wake up and still smell it, to exist in that environment. But they eventually get down from the mountain, and from there, he's trying to find a way to kind of lay low or at least stay safe for the time being after a series of explosions start going off associated with their escape, and then the subsequent shift bell leading to everybody sort of piling back into town. And so they go and they hang out at the gallows frame, and from there we get treated to some more interesting details of Telluride, particularly the fact that Dally gets a lead on a room that may be available from someone named Charlie Fong Ding. Again, weird arguing in the Pinch on Wiki to the point where someone, for some reason, comes up with a theory on this name from a random road in the Northern Territory, and then someone else brings up the fact that in the book that I referenced earlier, The Corpse on Boomerang Road, this is just an actual guy. That there was somebody who was called Charlie Fong Ding in Telluride, who did have a laundromat or was running a very large laundry service. So it's another case of Pinchon doing some real sort of historical mining and some real kind of table setting to make this place not just feel real and lived in, but also real to the historical place that it was at one time. And we are treated to an interesting moment where we learn about Dally's sexual education. I don't know how else to really put this.
That's what it is.
It is, yeah. It feels seedier than that, but the particular brothel that Charlie Fong Ding is able to kind of let Dally know that there's space for Frank to hide out in is one of many brothels in the time, or at the time, in this place called Popcorn Alley, which was historically a row of just brothels that were in Telluride, where Dally is brought to by his father to figure out what sex is. And this is a bit of a detail in several details about Dally that we kind of learn that purpose in Merle employing her and the purpose in Merle keeping her in Telluride for as long as she'll stay anyway is because it can provide somewhat of an education for her on what the world is like, and that she can kind of in a very old-fashioned way kind of toughen up or pull herself up and kind of come face to face with the worst things that she possibly could, and you know, still come out the other side either more intelligent or knowing how to handle herself, basically. It's and part of that is this series of trips to the brothel to figure out about sex and sort of love and romance. I think it's fitting that a man who was betrayed by his own wife would have negative thoughts on the concept of love and would feel the need to pass those on to his kid. But certainly this is a scene where, despite my interest in Dally as a character, it's icky to use any particular phrase for it. So I just wanted to get your guys' perspective on this little section, on the development of Dally's character, this idea of Telluride as like a school with several kind of headmasters or teachers, and then, of course, more explicitly, the sexual context of this description of how she got to the age that she did.
I think this is a good example of what we've talked about with other Pynchon characters, where Merle, his heart's in the right place. His execution of what he's trying to do is questionable, but I think he is sincerely trying to prepare Dally for the reality of the world in which she lives. She's not born into wealth. She's not born into a high place in society. You know, she is put in the position that she's in her life. And at that time, escaping that was a lot harder than it is now. And I think Merle's sort of, again, the way he goes about doing all of this is not the best, but I think he's well-intentioned. I think that he's, like you said, he's definitely upset about the way that Erlis left him, and that's understandable. He's not taking it out on Dally. He's not, you know, there are situations in which someone like that could be physically abusive towards their kid and maybe blame them for what happened. He's definitely not doing that.
No.
But he's trying to, I think, make sure that she doesn't, I think he's trying to basically toughen her up in that very early 1900s kind of way of just like, yeah, the world's going to suck, so get ready for it. And, you know, just kind of throw you rather than necessarily throwing you into the fire, I'm going to let you stand next to it for a little while and experience it, so that when you do get thrown into it, you know what to expect. And that's going to be some harsh teachers, and maybe not the cleanest of people, but they're real, and they're going to teach you what you need to know. And especially when it comes to the whole, you know, teaching her about sex and everything, at least he's doing it, you know?
Yeah.
He's not just avoiding the whole subject like a lot of men at that time, and sadly now, will do, you know, and just saying like, don't. He's giving her an education on what it's going to be like, and the fact that there is a pretty good chance that she falls into that line of work. He doesn't want her to, obviously, but I think he understands the reality of the time in which they live, and the part of the world in which they live.
Well, and now with some of what you've just said, this brings to mind the doubling nature of this book, and how certainly the relationship between Dally and Merle is, in essence, an inverse of the relationship between Lake and Webb.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that, like, the relationship that the two of them could have had was the relationship that Dally and Merle certainly do, in the sense that we talked a bit in the last episode about how Lake has almost this kind of feminist reading to her actions, in that it's this desire to kind of pull herself up, to give herself some agency, and to kind of stake out her own place in the world, and how that has kind of just gone awry on her, or has, you know, sort of blown back in her face because of who it ended up being in the context of. Whereas now, with this relationship between Merle and Dally, you see what the sort of idealized version of that could have been, and that they are kind of inverse images of each other. I don't think I really thought about that until you just said what you said. So thank you.
Well, I'd like to add also that, like, we're looking at this from genuinely a very privileged perspective. We live in a world where, like, Masters and Johnson already did their thing. We live in a world where you can buy books about what the human body does.
That's true.
And, like, to this day, there are very many men out there who believe that, like, women can just hold their menses for as long as is inconvenient for them to not, I guess.
Mhm.
Like, that's a real belief a lot of people have, and it makes no goddamn sense. And, like, it's not like that was a mystery historically either. And so, like, from Merle's perspective, he may well have gotten his sexual education from a brothel. And he may well be thinking, look, I'm gonna, talk to Peg over there, and she'll make sure that, you're not in harm's way or anything. But these people are the ones who are gonna walk you through what's going on. And in a way, it might be, like, genuinely the best way possible to educate anyone about sex in this era. She might be too young for it, but I'm not sure it's necessarily a bad tact.
Yeah, that's a valuable perspective.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Like, I'm just thinking of reading, like, books that are from a male perspective, talking about, like, how in the 1800s that is how they learned what sex was. Prostitution and brothels.
Yeah, that's definitely true. This is also the section where they bring up the Finnish Civil War. For any listeners that hate my particular historical diatribes, if you exist, fear not. This is not going to be another history of the monarchy in Serbia situation.
I'll be fair. I don't think the people who hate your in-depth historical analysis are making it this far into each episode. So
That's probably also true.
I think you're okay. I enjoy hearing it. I think all of us do. So please.
The reason why I gave details about the Serbian monarchy in such details is because of the fact that it very much informs why the Black Hand existed as a organization, and that obviously informs the event that directly kicks off World War One. The Finnish Civil War is not of that level of importance to the text. I am assuming, I could be wrong, in which case I will happily eat crow when that happens, and I will further expand on this later. I do all of this table dressing because I am aware that the notes that I'm about to read out that I took do not properly convey the entirety of the complexity of this conflict. This is one particular conflict where, similar to all of the things that occurred with the Serbian monarchy, there are multiple levels at which these different aspects of Finnish society ended up at odds with one another, about how those things interplay with the government at the time, about how the government at the time interplays with the great game between the Western European powers and Russia specifically, about the kind of Russianization attempts of the Finnish people by the Russian government. It is something that I could talk about for hours and hours based upon even just the cursory reading that I was doing in research comparative to the people who probably know this conflict cold. But in context of Dally being quite the sharpshooter, there's a line here that says, "The Finns took to yelling when she came in sight, tossing small coins in the air in hopes she'd drill one of them, which now and then she was happy to do, providing a future returnee to Finland with a lucky amulet to see him through the days of civil war and white terror, sacking and massacre that lay beyond that. A promise that now and then odds might be beaten, and that the counterfactual manifest itself in that wintry world awaiting them." So, this line about the whites in Finland is a reference to the Finnish Civil War, which was fought between the 27th of January and the 15th of May in 1918, overlapping with World War I. I want to emphasize it's 3 months. That's all that this lasted for, from a perspective of the actual fighting that took place. Because the scale of devastation that was unleashed in that 3 months is hard to fathom when you understand this as a war between two halves of the same country. The fact that it's a civil conflict. After the October Revolution in Russia granted independence to Finland, the country had fractured into White Finland, a provisional government that became under the protection of the German Empire, and Red Finland, a self-proclaimed socialist state. So essentially, there was kind of a vassal state relationship between Russia and Finland until the collapse of the monarchy and the October Revolution led by the Bolsheviks took place, and it kind of changed a lot of the statuses for these countries. And in this brief period where it looked like Finland was going to be able to kind of self-organize, there was these two different factions that came up. Seeing a chance to crush the spread of Russian influence and potentially fears of communism spreading after the success of the October Revolution, despite the fact that the German Empire was one of the groups that was funding the Bolsheviks, they decided to put support behind White Finland, which was made up of the northern territories of the country, landowners, and upper middle class Finns and farmers. And they chose to put their support behind the White Finland faction after a very early offensive by the Red Finland, the socialist communist Finns from the south in Helsinki, was very successful at gaining ground and potentially turning the country into a socialist state. So these Red Finns, as I mentioned, that are centered in the south, centered in Helsinki, also had support from the Bolsheviks and a desire to see the spread of their revolution outside the borders of just Russia. And that is kind of the broad outlines of these two different organizations fighting one another. One is backed by Western Europe. One is backed by a newly legitimized power in sort of Eastern Europe to the far east in the Bolsheviks, and one of them is these white, wealthy, upper class landowning Finns versus these red, lower class, socialist and communist Finns in the south. And it's also sort of a clash between farmland and industrial territory as well. There is not an insignificant amount of overlap between something like this and the stuff that we talked about in reference to the Orange Lodges and some of the troubles that existed in Ireland that we talked about, and a lot of other stuff that was going on within Europe more broadly. The idea that sort of labor unions and industrial unions and all of that and anarchism was just related to the US is a fallacy. So this was a very popularized movement across the globe. The roots of the war, though, can be traced back to a divide between Scandinavian Finnish and Russian Slavic culture that was increasing in hostility through rapid industrialization and a rising education and standard of living combined with a deepening wealth gap. So as the Industrial Revolution came to Finland, which was after a good chunk of the rest of the world, it started to spread very rapidly. And this leads to a lot of the things that we've seen a number of different times. Cultural understanding, some education increases, people become more aware of their position in society, and that usually comes with it this expanding gap between the wealthy and the poor. And so after a general strike was called by the workers in the south of Finland, reforms in parliament were put in place to grant universal suffrage, which was something that the lower class Finns were looking for, and then also broader access to politics. So despite this sort of like vassal relationship, they still had a parliament and they still did have elections and they did have a senate. It was a kind of a semi-autonomous thing. It's hard to describe what the relationship was at the time. Russia was trying to exert a great amount of influence in Finland through their Russianization process, but it seemed like they were trying to do that gradually and with still allowing them to have some degree of self-determination. However, once these reforms were tried to put in place from a domestic level to solve some of the deepening resentment and anger between these two different classes of Finns, the Tsar just decided to neutralize the power of the local government. So he didn't like the direction that things were going for one reason or other. Who knows? This late into the Russian monarchy, a lot of the Tsar's decisions and a lot of the direction of Russian politics is pretty hard to see the logic in. It feels not unlike the decline of the Ottoman Empire and just someone like really broadly trying to hold on to a lot of territory or hold on to a lot of influence and making a lot of rash or just straight up bad decisions in doing so. So neutralized the power of the parliament in 1905, which led to a complete lack of power in the country to solve their own socioeconomic problems. And then the assembly was dissolved. And then in order to kind of present a appearance of supporting the country, they started doing yearly elections, which sounds okay, but what that actually does is leads to a situation where there's like very little continuity of leadership and very little can actually be done and carried out from an actual legislative level. This is another way to exert control over the Finnish people from Russia. And it also leads to a worsening crisis of the poor industrial class and the wealthy ownership class. And this whole period, this is a case where, like, again, just this portion, before World War I even begins, you could read a ton about, because it goes back to the way that land was divided in Finland, and it goes back to the way that different regional sort of governments in Finland worked. It's all very, very complicated. As a result, yearly elections, as I mentioned, were put into place, and then also the Finnish Senate was put together, and its membership was assembled from Russia. So basically, they just decreed that these are the people in the Senate. Unions begin to rise in popularity as a way to potentially solve this socioeconomic crisis through a different valve, but the employer class denied collective bargaining rights, so the workers were left with very little resources to try and help themselves beyond just gaining control of the Finnish state, which, as I've just explained, was basically already out of their hands. Largely, by the time that World War I had come around, these people were already kind of ready to leap at one another because things had been festering for so long. Conditions in the factories had gotten worse. People's sort of economic depression had reached such a level that anything would have really tipped this over into the Civil War. And the perfect sort of match left atop the powder keg was the October Revolution, leading Finland to sort of have some self-determinism. And so, of course, the oppressed rise up first. They get support from the Bolsheviks, and they start to fight against the white Finnish people. And then eventually the Germans realize that that this is potentially dangerous, that it's going to lead to the spread of communism. But also crucially, the south of Finland is very rich in ore and very rich in rare earth minerals. And if you controlled the south of Finland, you would also be able to gain access to the Kola Peninsula, which is also rich in rare earth minerals, rather. So Germany decides to step in and put all of its power behind the White Finland faction. And so war is ignited. They fight for 3 months. And at the end of the war, the white Finnish people have emerged victorious. And basically the German government has said that they're going to put in a German monarchy. And so they're going to be permanently kind of tied with the German Empire, and they're going to settle all the beefs and so on and so forth. However, Germany's failure to win World War I and all of the different concessions they would have to make at Versailles and the way that everything shook out through those conferences completely dissolved this idea before it had any chance to even get going. And so Finland became an independent nation. These 3 months of war tore the country apart. And the surrendered Red Finns were more often than not, if they didn't escape the country, if they didn't try to get citizenship in Russia, or if they didn't just kind of go to ground, were put into forced marches towards prison camps. In one of the articles I read, they actually drew a direct line between what the Red Finns had to go through in these marches to the Trail of Tears. Essentially, these were two of a very similar thing. And then when they were put into these prison camps, the White Finns really had no desire to take care of them, had really no resources to take care of them either because of the level of devastation in the country and in supply lines. And so most of them died of starvation, malnutrition. There was a huge outbreak of the Spanish flu in these prisons as well. And there is a good amount of evidence pointing to the fact that a lot of the women in these prisons were raped pretty regularly by the White Finns. And again, these are people of the same country. Yes, there was foreign influence on both sides, but it's largely Finns doing this to other Finns. And so reading some of this stuff is really, it's pretty bleak and it's pretty hard to conceptualize, but it's decades and decades of anger and hatred between these two different classes of people. Some of these camps, as I mentioned, had very, very high mortality rates. The worst of them that I could find was 34%. So 34% of the people who would end up in this camp would die of one of a number of different things. The war killed in total 1.2% of the Finnish population and was the most deadly civil conflict in history relative to population per month up until the genocide in Rwanda in 1994 would outpace it. And the worst part about it is it didn't solve anything. Like, yes, the nation of Finland did become independent afterwards, and like, yes, you can read about some of the reforms that were attempted and some of the real, like, progress that was made to kind of put together a government for everybody, but it didn't solve anything. There was a series of wars that would then take place in and around World War II that were fighting over the same concept that the first one was. In fact, the war that would be fought in Finland during World War II would often be referred to as the Continuation War because it was seen as just sort of picking up where they had left off. And it would take a very long time for this stuff to settle out in a way that was meaningful. If you read out to even modern history, there's a lot of silence about the Civil War in the sense that it's kind of still a very taboo subject in Finland. It's something that there have been multiple books written about in Finland to try and kind of present a history of it, some of which are novels, some of which are just straight nonfiction reporting. And even that will garner controversy. The claims and research about the prisoners being raped has caused pushback from people on the other perspective of the war still. So to paint this as just like a thing that happened is very inaccurate. And it also, I think, portrays the level of devastation of World War I and its associated conflicts between all of these nations that trickled down in ways that I think the average person probably isn't even aware of, you know? I think a lot of people, when they think about World War I, they probably think about France, and they probably think about Versailles and how that led to World War II. And I think that that's what a lot of people look at. And you can see this stuff that Pynchon is mentioning as an attempt to portray the devastation and the historical, I'll say, insanity that led to it happening in the first place. Between all of the stuff with the Ottoman Empire that we talked about several episodes ago, that's a good example of, you know, the absurdity of the war itself and how it was really out of private interests controlling these different organizations and trying to strive towards an individualized view of how things should be. And that leads to World War I. And I think it gets to the point where Pynchon is now using this as an example to examine a lesser known aspect of World War or a lesser known conflict that spiraled out of that, and to showcase the global devastation of this conflict, the reason why it is called World War One, and especially to call it to attention to, even in this kind of side conflict of that major conflict, it is still private interests. It is still another nation deciding that it wants mineral rights in a nation that they have no business being in, leading to untold savagery and devastation. And I think it's smart of Pynchon, for someone who's going to do that research, to tie this back to Finns that are working in mines in America, in the sense that it is this obsessive greed that leads to these atrocities, either unfolding in a very domestic sort of oppression of labor rights way in America, all the way up to something that could completely tear a country apart. It's bleak, it's hard stuff to read, but I think its inclusion is important and necessary.
I think by the time we finish this book, you will be able to write like a definitive history of World War One. Like the level of knowledge that you have brought to the table with all of this stuff is just insane, and adds like so much more to what we do. So thank you. It's amazing.
That's very kind of you. I'll be able to write something. I don't know what it'll be, but I'll be able to write something. So after this description that we're sort of given of Dally's development and the woman, or young woman that she's turning into, rather, we then get treated to another great bit of Pynchon humor, in that Frank is taken to the room that he is going to be given at the brothel, and it described as being large enough for Frank and a cigarette if he tore it in half. And that it isn't exactly a room as a space between two walls. And he is tortured by sounds from the brothel as he sits between these walls, between people having sex, a very poorly out of tune piano, and any number of clattering that's taking place from one end to the other. And then he just can't get a good night's sleep in this town, because his first night here, he got woken up in the middle of the night by Bob Meldrum knocking on his hotel, and now his second night in town, he's getting woken up by Merle knocking at the wall. I don't entirely know what Merle is knocking on, but
it's the quote unquote vacancy.
Yeah, but he wakes up. He wakes him up from what I have to imagine is a very shallow sleep. And then he takes him outside and basically says that he wants to tell him something. And what he describes is a form of amalgamation that is actually just alchemy. The interesting thing is that this is real. The scientist that he mentions, the name of the substance that this process claims to create, and the process itself is more or less accurately depicted to real history. This is another character who does not have a Wikipedia page, but you can cross-reference it amongst other sort of encyclopedia references or articles. There's a lot of like references to the actual scientific papers that he published. That's where I found a lot of the quotes on this stuff. But the process that Pynchon describes is basically what it is. There's not really anything I can add to it by giving anybody the historical details. He did believe that if you put a small amount of gold into the silver, you kept everything cold, and you just kept hammering it, that it would create more gold. He actually tried to involve Nikola Tesla in sort of like a skeptic's like come here and prove it thing, and that if he could attach this like big name to it, then people had to believe him. Tesla declined, and this process was never proven to work. And he was just kind of written off as a bit of a crackpot. And so Merle describes this to him, and then he uses where he produces both a specimen created by this process, this hunk of gold, and then he also produces a piece of Iceland spar. And this is, I don't know how many times we've been treated to a scene where Iceland spar is used as like a method of divination between two realities, but this is the newest one, where he looks through the spar and he sees that the Argentaurum, I'm gonna guess is how that's pronounced, exists as both silver and gold in that doubled effect. And before I get into the political stuff that's referenced, do we have? I'm sure we do. What are the thoughts that you guys have to share as far as this sort of back and forth between the two of them?
There is a sort of like mythical tall tale aspect to the process of increasing the gold amount and the silver.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, it's like a tall tale, but it also kind of reminds me of, or it would be believable as like a Greek myth or something as well.
Yeah, I do. I appreciate that Pynchon does split the difference between the alchemical logic and the reality of the thing, because in material scientific terms, what's going on here is silver is being worked into gold, and the work hardening of the silver, because when you're talking about the color of a metal, like essentially gray is the default metal color because there's as much reflection as there is absorption. There's no real differentiation between the kinds of wavelengths that are being absorbed and the kind that are being reflected. And so what's happening is like essentially by getting like an even dispersion of silver with gold, he's creating something that will have as much, like, think about it on like the microscopic scale. Every single photon, or not every like bunch of photons that hits, half of them are going to reflect like silver, which means reflect more or less white light, and the other half are going to reflect gold light. And when you look at, if you've ever put a color filter over a light bulb, you know what that looks like. It looks like the color filter. It doesn't look like the light bulb's light. And so that's what's going on. Is he's making fake gold. And he's because he's an alchemist, he's like, I am imbuing the spirit of the silver or of the gold into the silver, when no, man, you are literally just mixing them together, and one of them is effectively invisible at that scale. And I will say electrum is a beautiful alloy, which is the real non-alchemic name for the combination of silver and gold. I think it's a lovely looking kind of, I don't really even know how to describe it. It's almost greenish. But that
It is very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it comes out in the working the metal. It prevents tarnishing, which makes it greenish.
So from there, he gives a quote here where he says, "What are they'll be then to crucify mankind on a cross of?" So he's basically saying, like, if this process works and we can just turn silver into gold, then what is all of this for? You know, like, what is it that people are working for? Because they say, because gold is very valuable, it's very rare. But if all we can do is, take a little tiny bit of it and make more of it using silver, then the kind of mythic lie that allows capitalism to enslave people through their jobs doesn't work anymore. But the quote that he's saying, and the reason I say a quote is because it's a reference, as the Pynchon Wiki will point out, to William Jennings Bryan's speech at the Democratic National Convention in 1896. He's kind of a forgotten politician from history, but there was a time when he was really trying to like put together a presidential bid for himself, and this was his like big sort of mic drop moment when he gave this speech. It was considered one of the greatest speeches in American political history for a long time. I would imagine they simply phased out of people's knowledge now to the point where it isn't. But he would actually go on lecture circuits just to do this speech again. And there's some There isn't a recording of the actual moment he gave it, but there is a recording of him delivering it on one of these circuits. If you remember back to a couple episodes where I talked about the free silver movement and how they wanted to try and tie silver and gold prices together in an effort to kind of lift lower class Americans out of poverty. He was advocating or talking about the advocation for a free silver movement and policy when he gave this speech. And basically what he was trying to do was put his support behind the idea that if you permanently tied silver to gold at a ratio of 16-1, it would allow all of these people to, over time, continuously lift themselves out of debt or increase the savings and value that they could put in their own bank account, where no matter what the price of gold was, it caused silver to rise with it. And this is actually what he's describing in this 16-1 ratio is actually more of what a lot of free silver advocates were actually advocating for and what they were saying the government should have done. After the silver crash and the repeal of the Purchasing Act happened, a lot of the free silver advocates would say that, like, well, the reason it didn't work is because this wasn't what we were trying to say. We weren't trying to say that the government should buy a certain quantity of silver. We were saying that there needs to be a way to establish the value to one another. So not having two currencies, a bimetallic system, but rather just having everything tied to this price. And so that he's directly making a reference to this idea. Of course, that isn't what happened. What happened instead was the Sherman Silver Purchasing Act, which failed, led to some of the stuff with the Panic of 93 that we've already discussed. But it's just sort of a cool kind of moment from history that Pynchon is making a direct allusion to here. And so he also brings up a man named Lyman Gage, that old gold standard hand and bank president. If you hadn't been to the Buckhouse over zinc, you might have heard what somebody else knows. Big chunk of our damn U.S. economy resting squarely onto it. How about that? Lyman Gage was the person who brought us into the gold standard. Like, that was his work that he did while he was in the government. And then in order to sort of underpin the gold standard, he also founded the Federal Reserve, and he was the first president of that. And then randomly, he was also the president of the Chicago World's Fair. So some interesting overlap with something else that has already happened in this book, and really our starting point. So I think that does an interesting thing where the beginning of our book is directly tied historically through one of the people who set up this fair to this whole middle section of the guy who created, or at least in part created, the system that attached so much value to gold at a bureaucratic and at a corporate level that led to a lot of this mining, and then as such the abuse visited upon the people doing that work. And so really what Merle's trying to say is that if if this thing works, then this sort of illusion we're all living with just it's going to end right quick, and who knows what's going to happen after that. It's a really interesting conversation between the two of them, and it is a moment of real clarity, I think, of a lot of the work that Pynchon is doing thematically in a way that is successful in communicating what Pynchon is working towards to the reader without it just being like, hey, this is a book about the failures of capitalism. Like he's able to kind of ride that line between gradually revealing information to his reader without just making it seem like someone is kind of shoving something down their throat. And so it's another case of these chapters work as a self-contained kind of story, and it's told through a lot of stories of the people surrounding the events at hand, but it's also really cleverly pushing forward the themes of this phase of the book in a way that I really appreciated.
Well, and the best part of it is that none of that is the point.
Yeah.
The point is, well, maybe you should look under your nose sometimes, which is a hilarious diatribe to drag someone down. like to get him in like into this like almost trance-like state, or at least mocking him like he's in a trance-like state with the calcite.
And I love the continuous allusion in the back half of the conversation where Pinchon is saying that Frank feels like he's been brought up on stage for a magic show that he has zero clue what the purpose of is, so he can't even be like a good audience participant. And then at this point, Merle basically says, in the face of his disbelief, like, "Oh, you should just go talk to Doc Turnstone," which of course is, as previously revealed, is kind of the other option that Lake had. I don't remember who had said it last episode, but we had talked about him in context of the fact that Lake didn't have to be with Deuce and Sloat. She could have chosen, the path of being with a doctor, which would have provided her with, just as much economic mobility, if not more so. Certainly more so. Certainly probably more dignity as well. And this is where the frame shifts in the course of like a sentence. This is a very Pinchonian thing to do, to be like, you should go talk to this guy. And then to have the scene shift directly from two people having a conversation to a flashback without a clear kind of point of transition.
Yeah.
And what we're treated to is a story where Merle is starting to see Tommyknockers literally, as opposed to just having a kind of hallucination, or just like a feeling that there's a spirit guarding the mines. So he goes to a doctor, and that doctor ends up being Turnstone, who tells him that he has Charles Bonnet syndrome, which is a real syndrome I didn't know existed, where people who have partial or severe blindness will sometimes just get hallucinations. And scientists and people in the medical field don't know why it happens. They know that it's not a case of like mental illness or mental distortion, and that for the people who have the condition, knowing that is a big part of their sort of treatment. The fact that they're not crazy, and this is instead just something that for some reason their like frontal cortex is creating for them to see. And so a good chunk of the people who have had this syndrome over the years apparently have been able to live with it just fine. Like it is obviously challenging, but it often doesn't lead people to, commit suicide or significantly downgrade their quality of life. It's kind of this just weird thing that some people deal with. And so when he tries giving Merle this diagnosis, he says, "No, that's not it. I'm actually seeing real people down there." And this leads to another really hilarious moment where Turnstone agrees to go with him to go view them. And when he takes him down into the mine after the third shift, he basically brings him into like a beer hall that the Tommyknockers have created, where they're eating and they're drinking and they're comparing stuff they've stolen from the miners. And the image that it puts in your head of Doc Turnstone watching all of this happen for like however many minutes, and then he just goes, "Well, this one's easy. I've gone insane," is all was really a moment of hilarity for me, not just from the visuals of just imagining this regular guy watching a room full of, like gnomes or elves cavorting around together, and then just like not saying anything for an extremely long amount of time, and then just saying, "Well, I've gone crazy." It's a great moment that Pinchon comes up with there. And then that kind of describes how the two of them became close with one another and kind of became allied conspiratorially. And it seems clear to me that these are the elf folk or the gnomes that live in the Hollow Earth. I would imagine none of you disagree with that, but maybe that's what I'm getting out of this. That the Tommyknockers is just another name for that.
Yeah, it's different names for the same thing, and I think we've seen that with the regionalities where they're referred to as different things in those different places. But yeah, I think it's all just the same little group of individual creatures, whatever they are.
I cannot believe that on such flimsy logic of, oh, they live in the same places, the two of you would conflate the cultures of these surely millions of people
You're right. We have
Yeah.
a lot of work to do.
I should be more sensitive.
Get
Yep.
woke.
It's 2025. What are we doing?
We also learned that they're hoarding dynamite for reasons that nobody knows. And then, also is potentially hoarding blasting caps. We don't get really an answer on that.
Which is the more concerning part.
Yeah, it's certainly the more concerning part. And then after sort of introducing how these two people know each other, it then transitions to how Turnstone came into contact with Blake and how he kind of fell in love with Blake. And this whole section, I don't think we necessarily need to recap it point by point. It's just a nice, again, another nice story in a couple of chapters of stories about this man who goes to a medical college for osteopathy, gets his degree, and is given a letter of recommendation from Dr. A.T. Still, who is considered the American father of osteopathic medicine. And he goes out to kind of not necessarily make his fortune, but make his own practice, as it seems like what he really would like to do. And then he runs into the Jimmy Drop gang on his way out west. And I don't know why they refer to him as a woman. I was very confused about that during their conversation back and forth. They keep calling him ma'am or miss. I don't know if it's just the fact that he has a doctor's bag, and so they're making a joke about him carrying a purse.
First, yeah, that's my thought.
Yeah, I found that very strange. But he tries to initiate a duel with Doc Turnstone and gives him a 10-second head start to pull his gun out and to aim it properly. And then right as soon as he's about to do a quick draw, he has either a back spasm or he pulls some muscle in his back. And in an exchange for his life, Turnstone kind of gives him an adjustment and relieves him of the pain using the medicine that he just sort of graduated for. And then the Jimmy Drop gang says, what you really should do is you should just start going through all of the different like saloon towns and mining areas and everything and adjusting anybody that rides a horse a lot, because we all have fucked up spines. And so that's what he does. And that's another case where it's like, I'm sure that was a real thing. I didn't think about that there would have been a lot of people at this era of history who just had incredibly fucked up backs because riding a horse that much over time is not great for your spine. It's a lot of jostling.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure most people didn't have great posture then, so that doesn't help. Plus, whatever you're wearing, whatever holsters and belts and whatnot that you're wearing that are probably forcing you into a bad position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of almost treated to I was thinking about the description of Hicks McTaggart actually through this section, where after recounting the time that he almost kills somebody, it kind of mashes together a series of experiences that Hicks had, leading to that description of like suddenly he had found himself aged up into the man that he was, where it describes how he doesn't have a permanent medical practice for a while because there's so many other sort of what used to be barber shops and doctors out there that don't want to share any potential for patients. So he just keeps kind of cycling in and out of places, picking up different skills for a long time until he finally ends up in Telluride, and he's working with another physician at the miners' hospital, and the people that Pinch on name drops there are real, and they're the real people who worked at that miners' hospital when it was in existence. And suddenly he's found himself as like this general doctor with all of these skills because of all of these different places he came in and out of. So it was just interesting to see a kind of not kinship but similarity in how these characters are described to his most recent book. And then it is while he's working at the miners' hospital that he runs into Lake, and it's sort of a love at first sight thing. And basically he fell head over heels. They started to date. He met Maeva and said that they should get married. And it seems like the saddest part is, in Lake's perspective, it seemed like she was seeing him as a possibility, whereas in Turnstone's perspective, it would appear as though they were engaged and she just kind of skipped on him. So it's interesting to see how these two things are portrayed differently from perspective to perspective. And is at this point that unfortunately Frank learns what his sister has been up to. And that really sets him over the edge. As his only, I would say, rational.
Yeah.
And what Turnstone says is that, when this first happened, Jimmy Drop offered to kill him for me. You could still go talk to him if you really want. Maybe he'll still do it. And so after commiserating over kind of the awful nature of this relationship that has taken place, Frank goes to do just that. Not necessarily to ask Jimmy Drop to kill him, but to figure out where they may have gone. So before we get into the scene with Webb's ghost, do we have any thoughts on Turnstone as a character and his story as it's related to the reader?
I just like there's a very effective use of tension that gets built up in that short little scene, and then it immediately falls apart when my back. It's a very Mel Brooks way of approaching that kind of thing.
It is. Blazing Saddles, very much.
Yes.
I particularly like this one line, or it's not quite one line, but it's he was as doctorly as they came in these parts, though long fallen into the habit of always diagnosing the rarest possible condition to account for the symptoms his patients reported. Since they either died or got better on their own, and nobody kept count, there was no way to know how effective any of this was, and he was too busy himself to ever make a proper study. And you can read that as like a superficial, like, well, it's before the days of science-based medicine. But at the same time, it gets at like this continuous issue in medicine, as far as I'm aware, of the way that diagnoses work and the way that treating anyone medically works. That essentially you need the ultimate measure is whether they live or not. And if they live, even if you screwed up the diagnosis and screwed up the treatment and they just happen to heal on their own, well, you did the right thing, so you were right. And it's kind of just a perpetual issue in the realm of medicine.
That's a great point. We for all of our fancy gadgets and images and drugs nowadays, it's in some ways trying to figure out how the body works is still just kind of practicing magic.
Yeah.
I did think it was unclear why Lake was at the miners' hospital whenever her and Willis meet. I was wondering if you all had any opinions on that.
It doesn't say. It just says that she was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything on that, yeah.
I don't know if that's a plot hole, if you'd call it a plot hole. I was just a little bit confused by that.
I mean, I guess you could call it a literal plot hole. I mean, it's, sometimes you gotta help someone get to the hospital, I guess. But it's really not phrased at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like there is no small amount of allusion to the fact that Lake slept with a lot of men. Could be that the person who was being treated there, or someone that was being treated there, was someone that she knew, either from being lovers with him, or just friends, or just being around town. It seems like Lake was well known, so it could certainly just be that she knew someone at the hospital at the time. Sort of finishing with this section about Turnstone, we then get a return of Elmore Disco, who basically comes to Frank and he's like, "Hey, you gotta leave. There's this isn't going to be good for anybody if you stay around." And this is another case of I don't remember how you phrased it, Will, but in talking about how crazy these people are, this is a case where, like, in a certain context, Elmore Disco is acting against the wishes of like the greater gods of capitalism and letting this guy, who they should probably not let go, but is doing so in service of the greater business need of sort of peace in order for things to kind of just continue on the way that they are with them making money. And so he essentially says like until you can skip town, you need a disguise. And the only disguise that I can offer you is because you look seemingly he says you look vaguely Hispanic with your partially grown beard and mustache. So you can maybe pass for a member of this mariachi band that I know. And so sends him off to kind of join this mariachi band as a cover until he can actually properly leave Telluride in an effort to just
playing
kinda
the
keep things peaceful.
bassoon.
Yeah.
Thing. An
Yes.
obscure form of the bassoon that only like one copy of even still exists.
Literally one of them still
Yeah.
exists, and it's in the Met in New York.
Yeah. And appropriately enough, I looked this up. That particular instrument, whose name I just Galandronome,
Mhm.
those are tuned to B flat, which if we know anything about Pynchon, he loves B flat.
He
I
does
still don't
love
know
B
why.
flat.
I'm gonna figure that out. But that is like his
It's
go-to key.
it's like the magenta and lime green thing. Maybe he just likes it.
I mean, it's a good key. I'm not gonna sit here and say it's not.
Well, I got to give him credit too, because honestly, in case anyone's unaware, because we've got some international listeners, maybe they haven't, they don't know what a mariachi band consists of.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not a bassoon, definitely
No.
not a
No.
woodwind instrument. There is no, it's all strings.
Brass.
Strings, brass. Yeah, it's not a bassoon. But honestly, I think bassoon works really well with the mariachi music. Like it
Kind of
fits.
good.
Yeah, like there's a
Yeah.
huge gaping hole in that mid bass range.
Yeah.
And
Usually,
you know what
yeah.
fits in that hole? A bassoon.
Exactly.
Bassoon-shaped hole.
Would it be
Yeah.
taking the place of like a tuba? Do y'all think, or
I
don't
would
know much about
assume
music.
that's
yeah.
what he's doing. Yeah, because
Well, or
they
maybe
describe it as being brass, but the instrument in real life is not a brass instrument.
No, it is a woodwind, 100%. It might fit somewhere between like the guitarron and the regular guitar that's in there,
Yeah.
just in terms of its timbre. But I don't know. It would be really interesting, nonetheless. I would
Well,
love to see it.
It would really work as a way to boost the melody, because the big issue
Yes.
with mariachi is that there's too much jangle in a small room, at least.
That's true. It do be jangling.
We need a T-shirt that just says "It do be jangling."
Coming soon to Spread Shop. Mariachi music, it do be jangling. So this is why and how Frank becomes Pancho the bassoon player. And it only takes him a day or two to start getting sound out of it, which is a funny enough image all on its own if you just play out what that looks like in your head, where they're in some kind of tavern playing music, and there's just one guy standing up there who definitely doesn't look Mexican, trying his hardest to play an instrument for 2 days before it even starts making sound, let alone sound that is in service of the actual performance, which takes him longer. So after kind of things start to blow over and calm down, that's when he can safely leave the mariachi band and Telluride. And he leaves with Dally. Dally decides that it has finally come to be the time where she needs to go on her own and try to find her mother, or just, if not that, then try and find some life for herself, essentially. And so she chooses to leave, and we get another scene of departure from Telluride in that train backing out of the station as it slowly diminishes view. And this is another case of sort of doubling between these two families and these two chapters. When Mava leaves Telluride and that train backs out, it's very, very sad. This is not sad in that same way. There is something positive in Dally deciding to leave and to strike out on her own. And so instead of the pain of having to watch Telluride sort of slowly disappear from view until the train can turn around. There is instead like a feeling of bittersweetness or brightness in watching just sort of one phase of your life pass out to another. I would be really curious if you could do kind of a deep dive on the parallels between these two sections, between the stuff with Lake and the Travers family, and now between Dally and the Rideout family, and how Frank is kind of this not intermediator, but he himself is passing basically from one world to the other in being present in the one family and then witnessing the other. And that brings us to the end of 25. Does anyone have any other thoughts on this closing scene or 25 more broadly that they want to share?
I think we've got to at least mention Webb's ghost appearing again.
Oh, of course.
Oh yeah, Jesus.
I even brought it up a minute or two ago and then just forgot. Yes, before he leaves town, Frank does go visit his father's grave. And I really, really love the line that Webb, who now knew everything, just like that's a moment in that scene with his ghost where just, again, I was kind of stopped in my tracks over this simple declaration that makes perfect sense, but it's something crazy to just kind of consider and think about in the way Pynchon puts it, and how his father is trying in some way to reason with him. But even though he does know everything, he knows that doesn't necessarily mean that he can make his son know everything. And so he knows that he's got to let his son go off to the other side of the border to whatever fate may await him there, even though that's probably not where Deuce and Sloat are. And then yeah, he sets off an explosion as if to communicate with his son one last time in a different way. It is a really impactful scene. What did you guys think about it? Any other details or notes you want to share with it? I think it's really, really great stuff. I feel so ridiculous for having passed it over.
No, I know, and I was just looking at, like, I had a section of that marked off because it was just a beautiful scene. That, in fact, I hate it. I would hate to read this. This is someone's quote, but the mention of the cows, that like his presence even kind of makes them stop for a second, is great. It's just absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just the it's fun that the other ghosts seem to be aware of how hard-headed Frank is. It's just a fun detail.
Yeah.
They're trying to console Webb's ghost over his son's actions.
You know, if it so that makes me think. I don't know why I didn't think about this when I was reading it, but if for anyone who really likes that particular scene and wants more of that, Lincoln and the Bardo is like a novel version of that scene. Why am I blanking on George Saunders? I think was the author.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's a fantastic book.
I did want to ask y'all how old y'all think Dally is, because whenever we're first introduced to her, I kind of got the impression she might be early, like mid to late teens, and then I thought she could be as old as 20, and then the ending of this chapter happens, and all these people are giving Merle shit for putting his child on a train without supervision. And that kind of, that I can think of a few different reasons for that. Like, I'm not 100% on like the social, or like the social correctness of like young women traveling on their own in general, even if they're 18 and above. But yeah, I just didn't know. I just wanted y'all's opinions on how old y'all think she is.
If this section of chapters takes place in 1903 or 1904, based upon like the events taking place around the labor war, that puts it as 10 years after the Columbian Exposition, I assumed that she was maybe like 9 in the Columbian. Like she seems really
That's
young
what I
to
would have put her
me.
at too. Yeah.
Back in the Columbian Exposition, so I would assume that at this point she is in her late teens when she leaves. Which does seem old enough to ride a train by herself.
I mean, at that time, yeah.
Even then, but so my guess was that she's a teenager now, but was firmly a child during the Columbian Exposition portion of the book.
So I think okay. So I'm pretty sure that in the next couple chapters we get a firm statement.
Oh, okay.
And I took her as like 4 in the Columbian Exposition because it is framed as something that later in her life, which happens in between this and the Columbian Exposition, that she like vaguely remembers it in that kind of way that like memories that are formed in the 3 to 5 year range kind of go. Plus, she acts like a 3-year-old, if you ask me, in those very initial scenes.
She does act very young.
So I think she's like 15 or 16, but that might be based on what is to come in terms of information.
Okay.
But yeah, no, and I think it is. I do think that at this point in time, even if you were 23 years old, if you were a lone woman, you would still get maybe not harassed verbally, but you would probably get looks.
Well, that's true. They didn't even let women ride trains for a while because they thought that they would kill them.
Yeah.
So, it's you never underestimate the lack of sense applied to women in the 18 to early 1900s.
And it stopped there. It's never been a problem since.
Women got the right to vote, and then it was peace in our time ever since.
All uphill since then.
I've never been harassed by a man at any point in my life.
Can you imagine?
Or been treated as if I would die if I boarded a train. I'm just so firmly glad that that's something my ancestors have had to deal with and no one else.
Yeah.
I remember when I learned about misogyny. What a funny idea that our great grandparents had.
Truly.
Yeah.
And the only time I experience it is when I see my relatives who are that age. All right. Were there any funny parts that we missed out on in our covering of the material?
I don't think so. Can't think of anything.
Mad, there were a few that we didn't cover that I'm having trouble finding now.
Did we mention the name of the mariachi band?
No.
Gaston Villa and his Bughouse Bandoleros. It's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Oh, I really liked the way that Dally, when Merle started giving her looks, it's like, of course I didn't notice him. Everybody busy just then trying to loosen that seam. Hired powder monkey don't mean hired fool. What's supposed to mean supposed to be important anyway? Halfway to hell, stirred up by crazy fins day in day out as it is. Grown men who the minute they get off shift are heading straight down cliff sides on a couple of wood slats. Am I gonna think twice about some mine schooler with his head full of magnets?
I feel like if I read these chapters again, I could probably maybe find some funny stuff that we missed, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
There is a surprisingly amount of funny material in these 2 chapters. I was thinking that as I was reading it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of those like tiny jokes where like people are repeating things to each other that don't progress conversations. There's a ton of like just weird little slapsticky things that don't quite rise to the level of, the Japanese spies or Bob Meldrum's mustache.
Yeah. So that brings us to quotes. Who wants to go first? Because someone just stole mine by reading it out loud.
I'm sorry.
I don't think you need to apologize. I've done that to everyone else a number of times.
I think we've all stolen from each other so many times at this point. I have mine right here if nobody else wants to go first. Mine is starting at the very bottom of 286. This is the description of the food smells coming from Lupita's.
Oh, fuck you. Okay.
Cooking aromas began a half-mile before you got there. Gigantic chicharrones were piled like hides at a trading post. Baristas of dangerously dark purple chiles hung all about. At night, they were said to glow in the dark. Clerks and cashiers, birds of the night, but newly risen stockmen from the down the valley. Mexican laborers streaked with brick dust. Skinners waiting for the train set alongside. Negro newsboys and wives in their best hats, all indiscriminately filling the benches, grabbing and gobbling like miners in a mess hall, or standing, waiting either for a seat or for one of the kids working in the kitchen to fill their lunch pails or paper sacks with chicken tortas, venison tamales, Lupita's widely known brain tacos, bottles of homebrewed beer, 60-degree wedges of peach pie, so forth to take along with them. Wonderful description of food. I could do without the brain tacos, but everything else sounds great.
Hey, now.
Fries
Granted,
up nice.
I've not tried one.
My third option comes from page 300. It was out in front of the exact same amalgamator's office. This time, Deuce and Sloat were not smiling, and the light was more proper to autumn. You could see dark clouds in the sky overhead, and nothing was casting shadows. The two men were posed as if for some ceremonial purpose. For the gray day, the exposure was a little longer. You'd expect one at least to have moved and blurred the image, but no. They had stood rigid, almost defiant, allowing the collodion mixture its due measure of light to record the two killers with unrelenting fidelity, as if set in front of some slow emulsion of an earlier day. Eyes, frank, bending close, notice now, rendered with that same curious crazed radiance which once was an artifact of having to blink a couple hundred times during the exposure, but in this more modern form due to something authentically ghostly for which these emulsions were acting as agents, revealing what no other record up till then could have. I really love old forms of photography. I love wet plate photography specifically. I have a fairly close friend of mine who she's an artist who works all in like silver gelatin and a lot of traditional processing methods. And there is a quality to old forms of photography that is very hard to describe in a way that isn't just giving an analysis of how the chemicals or the exposure methods create images. And this quote is the closest I think anyone has ever come to not only describing what an older photograph or processed photo looks like, but also the kind of quality of them. That like they are interesting types of photos to look at, yes, but there's something in the quality of how high the resolution is and how the long exposure can cause fog or cause interesting shadows that Pynchon does a really good job of capturing in this description. And so it's just really I could just picture the photo in my mind, but then also could picture the kind of like mythic draw that it very clearly has on Frank as he's looking at it in a way that was really cool and that I loved.
Yeah. No, those old photographs, there's a sharpness to them, I guess, that really gives them almost an otherworldly feel.
Yeah.
Like it very much can feel like you're just looking at like through a piece of glass at whatever the subject of the picture is, and it's uncanny at times.
Yeah, I would love to get a wet plate camera.
I'm sure it's expensive as hell.
It is very expensive.
Don't let industry stop you. You can get a cardboard box and some dangerous chemicals.
That's fair. That's fair. I can create my own.
I think my favorite quote might have to be in honor of the Janglin Mariachis on 296. Off-road Elmore Disco. Buggy hardware all going like a glockenspiel in a band. Frank ascended the Tomboy Road. The town below revealed at the switchbacks through aspens and flickering leaf, each time a little more flattened out as it drew slowly away into heated wood smoke haze. along with the sounds of framers, hammers, and wagon traffic, before the oncoming silence of the basin. The cicadas were in full racket. Hellkite road being likely a term of local endearment, peeled off to follow the rocky bed of a stream that came flowing down across the trail without the trouble of pipes or culverts. And, I'm back to my old beat. It's some lovely scenery, some lovely juxtaposition of nature and mankind. Hits all the beats for me.
Yeah, that's a great one.
I did find one of the funny parts I was thinking about. It's the Finns stomp around like they're wearing skis, and then after a while, Frank noticed one or two that were wearing skis, and it wasn't even winter.
Yes, that was good.
Pretty funny. My favorite quote is the so after passengers for Telluride had changed at Ridgeway Junction, the little stub train climbed up over Dallas Divide and rolled down again to Placerville and the final haul up the valley of the San Miguel. Through sunset and into the uncertainties of night, the high country darkness with little to break it but starlight off the flow of some creek or a fugitive lamp or hearth up in a miner's cabin soon gave way to an unholy radiance ahead in the east. It was the wrong color for a fire, and daybreak was out of the question, though the end of the world remained a possibility. I just really love that quote. I mean, the phrase "into the uncertainties of night" is really evocative.
Yeah.
Being in places where I think the light pollution aspect of the electrical system, of like the streetlight system, is very interesting in terms of how different. I feel like I take that for granted. Some that they didn't. That you used to be able to see the stars a lot better, even in cities. Like 120, 130 years ago. And yeah, the rest of that paragraph is pretty good too. But it's just kind of more information rather than good prose.
So, most pinch on part of the chapter. What are we going with?
I have to say it's the photography, the Japanese businessmen climbing on the pool tables and the explosion of photographs that are taken, and then the incredibly quick tone shift that happens within that description.
Oh man, this is tough. There's a lot of
them in these chapters.
Yeah, I think I would probably have to go with I guess it's more of a distinctly against the day thing, but the more that we talked through this set of chapters as we recorded this episode, the more I realized how much doubling there is to things, or how much inverting there is from previous chapters to now. I would say that he's already done so much of that like
Yeah.
he could be excused for not doing it, but the fact that he's still putting in that much structural work while also managing to still tell a very coherent narrative that has all of the impacts of the emotional stakes that are on the page. It's very impressive.
Yeah.
And feels like something only he could probably do.
I'm gonna go with something that not to cast aspersions, but Luke framed as a negative earlier. I think the fact that like literally everything that happens in this chapter is just Frank being told to go somewhere else is like it's definitely something that Pynchon picked up as a writer from noir. Definitely not something that came out of westerns. But I don't know any noir author who would have the fucking patience that Pynchon does.
Yeah, that's true.
I think my most Pynchon part is the initial interaction between Willis and Jimmy Drop.
Sure.
Where I kind of thought. I mean, obviously we know that Willis survives the encounter because he's on the story or whatever, but I kind of thought it might be going a different way, and then it turns into like pretty funny slapstick comedy. That's just very Pynchon.
Definitely being held at gunpoint and being like, "Wait, let me give you a massage."
Let me pop you back real quick.
There really is something about slapstick comedy and westerns that works so well together.
Yeah.
And that I don't know why. Whether it's Blazing Saddles, whether it's, even to use a contemporary like The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, the Coen Brothers movie, there are several Far Side comics
Yeah.
that operate on the same level of humor in their depiction of the West. It's just an interesting thing that
I think it
you wouldn't
works.
assume there'd be crossover there, but there is, and it works quite well.
Yeah, and I think it does because we've mythologized the cowboy specifically so much to be this like stoic John Wayne-esque kind of person that, is always steadfast and serious. So to see them fumble around and go through all the wacky hijinks that they do in those kind of situations, I think that's a big part of it.
See, I was gonna go the opposite way. I was gonna say that it feels like maybe it just boils down to the fact that our idea of what like the Wild West was came out of Wild West shows, which were vaudeville acts.
That's
That's
true.
true.
In part,
But
That is very
they did
true.
pivot with the John Wayne era, but yeah, you're right. They
Yeah.
were very, very wacky when they started.
well, and I think that's kind of why they're wacky in the first place is because of that John Wayne
Yeah.
kind of idea. Even if the man wasn't around, they thought of Butch Cassidy as a hard man.
Yeah, a real hard ass.
Mhm.
That Homburg.
We have some listener correspondence. Friend of the show, Johan Harstad, did a write up of Shadow Ticket in a Norwegian magazine. He described it as sort of the Norwegian version of the New Yorker. Do you have the quote that he
I'm
that
pulling
he
it up
used?
right now, as a matter
Okay.
of fact. Yeah. I didn't send it to y'all, and I need to do that. I will do that here in just a second. Let me pull it up because I had it and I should have already done this, but
So it goes without mentioning. Thank you so much for
yeah.
mentioning. There's no reason for you to do that in your professional review of Shadow Ticket. But is very nice of you.
Yeah, so he was talking about in this article just the sort of resurgence of, I don't want to say resurgence because that's not the right word, but the sort of moment, I guess, that Penchon is having as a result of Shadow Ticket and one battle after another. And he specifically, in mentioning us, which again, huge honor and absolutely amazing to be shouted out like that. He says, in times like these, it has been an enormous joy and continues to be able to gather around something like Penchon's books, whether over a couple of beers in a brown bar in Frogner, through emails with people I have never met, or with American enthusiasts in Texas and surrounding areas with whom I have, through a painfully scratchy digital line, talked myself hoarse in episodes of the podcast Mapping the Zone. By discussing all these details, the keys and red herrings, and the sheer pure shared enthusiasm for having a writer like this among us, alive, a writer who is likely smarter than most of us, but who also counts Homer Simpson among his role models, I sometimes feel not just immense relief, but also a sense of life as it once was, when we were younger and genuinely cared and had not become so jaded that anything under 10 minutes spent on something was deemed a waste, and that one would point out the impossibility of an Austro-Hungarian submarine in Lake Michigan, an actual lake, at a time when nothing was too strange to imagine. Again, Johan, thank you so much. That's so cool. And hopefully we'll bring you back on the show sometime soon because I think all of us would love to just chat with you again.
Yeah.
Ditto.
Yep.
And if you haven't read his books, go read his books. They're really good. Unfortunately, not all of them are available in English, but Buzz Aldrin, What Happened to You, and All the Confusion, fantastic book. Red Handler, fantastic book. Hopefully we'll get more of his stuff in translation soon.
Yeah, so if you happen to listen to the show and also have some cachet with Deep Vellum,
Yeah, get him on it.
yeah, that would be great. Because I would love to be able to read that or Under the Paving Stones, The Beach.
Yes, I am still learning Norwegian, and my goal next year is to start his. He was kind enough to send over some of his Norwegian published books, and I'm going to start on his short stories and build up my Norwegian that way, so that maybe in like 3 years I'll be able to read Under the Paving Stones.
Okay. We also got a couple of comments on YouTube. One came from our Bleeding Edge wrap up where he or they or she or them, who knows, could be a hive mind, The Dreamer 452 said, Shadow Ticket has come out. What a gift. And now here's talk of another in the works. We're truly blessed. Absolutely. I will be the first person to say that I talked big talk about how I thought he was done. And I thought that it was a artistic choice based on the fact that there was no more worlds left to conquer for Pinchon wept. But I am plenty happy that there was another book. I don't know if I necessarily believe that there's another one. I guess we'll find out if it ever comes out, but I will always take more Pinchon over less or a finite amount.
For sure.
And who wants to read the comment from the Julik 386?
I enjoyed Shadow Ticket, but I am rather disappointed by it. Not because it isn't a big and weighty novel, but because of how skeletal and underdeveloped it feels. A lot of the book feels to me like it includes the guidepost moments without all of the things around those moments that make them feel like they mean anything. For most of the second half, I found myself really enjoying the prose, but the actual events felt really flimsy and inconsequential. You do kind of articulate like my like moments of doubt whenever I was reading the book, when I was kind of like, do I really even like this that much? It happened in the second half. And I do get what you're saying. I think I think all of us probably have a higher opinion of the book than this comment would make this person seem like they have. But I completely understand that criticism of the book, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean it's a fair criticism, and I think people are. I think something we forget. Well, not necessarily us, but I think something that a lot of people forget, and I'm sure I'm guilty of it from time to time myself too, is that we're all people. We all have our right to an opinion, and we all have the right to not like something that other people like, and the right to like something that other people don't like. It's that's totally fine. Do parts of it feel skeletal? Yeah, maybe. I still enjoyed it maybe more than a lot of others did, and I still stand by what I said in the overview episode of it, that I think time will be a lot kinder to it as the years go by, and people have more time to kind of sit with it and really take it in. And I do think it also, and this is something that I'm gonna do once we finish this book, is I think it's meant to maybe be a sort of coda to Against the Day, and may be that reading it immediately after reading Against the Day may make a lot more contextual sense for it. But I mean, again, everyone has their own opinions, and then you're definitely entitled to yours. You make some good points there. So
Yeah, I think the book is fine. I don't think it's terrible. I am very curious what a second read through would reveal to me, or if my opinion would really change on a second read through. But I think you bring up some, at least in my opinion, justifiable criticism in your comment about how a lot of it feels underdeveloped or skeletal. There is a very marked shift from the early stuff in Milwaukee and how the late stuff at the end is written. I still found it interesting, but as I kind of mentioned in the episode proper that you left this comment on, it just feels like the book is begging to be longer to allow that stuff that he's developing in the second half to actually play out fully. But as an introduction to his work, I think it functions very well in that regard. And it serves, or will serve, I think, as a pretty good warm up to some common motifs you see repeated, and to kind of ease yourself into that world of kind of, as you put it, guideposts and things that surround those guideposts. Yeah, certainly a book worth reading, certainly a book worth enjoying, certainly a book worth rereading. Everything he has put out does, but yeah, I don't necessarily completely disagree with things that you have to say.
I completely disagree with the things you have to say. And like
Get him.
like Cody said, you're allowed to hate whatever the hell you want, But what I'll say is that I feel like a lot of people don't quite grasp how much Pynchon historically has been talking down to the reader. And I don't mean talking down in a condescending way. I mean like literally condescending, coming down from his like high level kind of methodology and like parsing things out so that people follow what he's trying to communicate. And as someone who really fucking hates when Pynchon repeats himself and hates the way that in a lot of his older works especially, it feels like things have to happen or be described 3 times before it's satisfying. I find I find Shadow Ticket to be like an incredibly refined form of what Pynchon's style has been this whole time. And sure, you don't have the huge sidebars and the huge like profound statements, but that's because like in the same way I would argue that you're not supposed to read Gravity's Rainbow and think, well, why isn't there any characterization going on? You're supposed to read the goddamn characterization into it. I feel like people are refusing to read into Shadow Ticket the depth that Pynchon has shown time and time again he can beat you over the head with.
Yeah.
So I completely disagree. And like I said, I really don't care if anyone hates the book. Hate it if you want, enjoy it if you want, find it mediocre if you want. That's all that's fine. But I do think that it's a confusion of skeletal and it's a confusion to say that it's skeletal and underdeveloped when like the man has an incredible ability to write things briefly and chooses to write them extremely verbosely instead with the same density of the brevity. And
That's true.
yeah.
I think, and so like the reason why I say I don't necessarily disagree with him is because I understand where that feeling is coming from. I don't know if I necessarily think that it is a bad thing in the sense that the book like doesn't function. I think that the reason why it feels that way to maybe this listener and a lot of other people is how stark the contrast is from the first 150 pages to the rest of it.
Yeah.
Like
True.
that doesn't do the book any favors. Just from a perspective of how the book is constructed and what he's doing in the beginning versus what he's doing in the end. That in comparison, I can absolutely see how you can come away feeling like it was skeletal in a bad way. And I think a lot of that comes down to sort of what your preference is in reading, not just him, but in books of literary fiction in general. Because it's hard not to be intoxicated by everything he's doing in Milwaukee and with Hicks in the beginning, as I talked about in that episode. And to have that kind of pulled out from underneath you, I think can be difficult. But I think you're also right in that when Pynchon does repeat himself, it can grow a bit long in the tooth in a bad way. Like when he does another thing with Iceland, it happened exactly in this chapter we just talked about. Or when he does another thing with Iceland Spar, doubling things, I was like, I got it, dude. Like like this is a cool scene with the silver medals and all of the rest of the stuff that's going on, but I understand the point of the optics at this juncture in the book. So I've had that experience as well, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean I'm really not stating that people who feel differently regarding the underdevelopment are wrong, because yeah, if you want the like insane span of stuff, even this reader or this listener is not complaining that it's not big and weighty, but that's kind of they're saying that he's gesturing at something that could have been big and weighty, right?
Sure.
And I think that's totally fair. And I'm effectively a bad Pynchon fan because I find like I wish that the things that so many people love about his books just didn't exist. And so it's not a matter of anyone being wrong or not getting it. It's a matter of me having such diametrically opposed tastes that just happen to intersect at the the microscopic scale of his writing, and then the profundity of his writing is where I enjoy it. And most people don't seem to appreciate exclusively those ends, and that's fine. It's not a criticism of anyone.
Well, thank you to all of those listeners for writing into the show. There are a number of different ways to do so. You can leave a comment on YouTube. You can also email us at mappingthezonepod@gmail.com. We are on Blue Sky at mappingthezone.bsky.social. We're on Twitter at PinchOnPod, mostly just for updates. We are on Instagram at Mapping the Zone Podcast. And if you love this show, in order to wear a shirt on your body, that is an option available to you now. By going to our spread shop at mappingthezone.myspreadshop.com. And who knows, maybe there will be a shirt on there that only you will know the reference material behind if you've listened to this episode. And thank you as always so much for listening. If you enjoy this show and you like what we're working on, if you think our show is worth $1, we would love to have it. You can consider making a donation to our Ko-Fi. Funds that we receive are going to be used to upgrade our equipment and pay for hosting fees, and just do whatever we can to help make the show better. It has already helped us out majorly in the short time that we have had it. For next week, we are going to be reading chapters 26 and 27, which will bring us to page 357. If you do happen to have the edition that has a different pagination, the line that we will be ending on is, in fact, the chore level being what it was, while they were on board the Stupendica and well out to sea. As always, of course, thank you for listening. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye!